15 minutes to talk about your projects, and then we'll have 5 minutes for questions. I'll keep an eye on the clock for you all, and I believe we're also streaming, so I have the camera. And with that, I think we have 5 teams this morning, the first section, so encore when you're ready.
Hi, we're Team Encore. My name is Sarah, and these are my teammates Jasmine, Anna, Devika, Faye, and Jim. We're our lovely faculty instructor, Cheryl. These are our clients and collaborators, TJ, Lillian, and Madeline. So we're going to play an edited version of our trailer video. So as kind of an overview of our project, we created an interactive exhibit in the Purnell lobby to immerse the guests and prepare them for Titanic the musical. To do this, we used lighting, audio, and interactive set pieces. And these helped to show, we had to highlight the themes of hope, dreams, inequality, and fate that the musical focuses on. So here you can see various luggage stations we had set up, showing the different characters in the musical. And in a little bit, it'll start playing. Each of the characters had about a minute worth of audio, and we're going to play some of the lines from those characters.
Sarah thinks I should retire soon, spend more time at home. I'm too old for this. April 10th, 1912. One last voyage before I rest. Sarah says she's proud. I hope she knows I meant every word in my letter. I'll be home soon.
That was a lovely day, wasn't it? The sea was so blue.
If we waited, we'd still be in France, supporting the Olympic instead.
After the Titanic would be just as fine. Perhaps even finer.
I should write back home, too. Tell Mother and Father about the ship, the boys in the band. It would have been nice to have seen them both, if only for an hour or two. Maybe if things weren't so rushed. At least Mother's health is better. That's something. I should tell them I'm all right.
Right then. That's that. One last look around. No crying.
So now you can see some various clips of people coming up and interacting with our luggage. So for our target audience, we had kind of these frequent theater goers who were like the CMU School of Drama foreplay pass holders, generally the older demographic we got, and then also undergrad students. Well as we're excited to put their name and see it go up on the telegram. And we also had the actors and actresses for the specific characters that we used. They recorded the lines for us, and they were very excited to show their friends and family, so they were very invested in it as well. And here you can see just a couple more pictures of the various audience members we had. And now I'll pass it off to Devika to talk about the narrative.
Thank you, Sarah. So updates on the narrative. After halves, we'd cut down from 8 characters to 5 based on faculty feedback, advice from drama, and space constraints in the lobby. So to highlight the themes of class inequalities in the musical and to showcase the entire spectrum of different experiences on board the ship, we went with a passenger from each class and 2 crew members, which were the captain and a musician. Many of our props were fabricated by us, replicating the time period and its Art Nouveau style. The rest were borrowed, thrifted, or bought. Special thanks to Sarah's family for letting us borrow many of their props that fit the time period and the characters. Going into our characters, we had Isidore and Ida Strauss, the elderly first-class couple who boarded the Titanic instead of the Olympic to avoid delays, with a narrative connecting them to their children and grandchildren, their business, and their health. Next, we had Alice and Edgar, the frugal second-class husband, and the wife who yearns to be first class. Kate McGowan, our third-class Irish passenger, with her dreams of the new world and her hopes to find a job in America. Our musician, Wallace Hartley, who didn't have a big part in the musical, but we felt it was right to pay respect to the musicians on board who were brave and played until the very end. So his narrative was inspired by real life and involved his recent engagement to his fiancée, his regret on not being able to visit his parents before the voyage, and his musical career. And lastly, we have the captain, a very introspective character who had plans to retire until the White Star Line wanted him to captain the maiden voyage of the Titanic. So his narrative involved his fall retirement plans, his wife and daughter back home who were proud but disappointed, and his planned return journey on a future voyage of the Titanic. I'll now pass it on to Faye, who will talk in depth about the emotional arc and the bigger picture.
So our experience consists of 3 different parts: the start, intermission, and the end of the musical, where the guests will experience an emotional shift. So at the start, we created a warm, bustling feeling, like a busy port, using cheerful sound and orange lighting to capture the excitement of boarding. And for during intermission, which is right after Titanic hits the iceberg, we layer elements like screams, mechanical theater, rushing water, with Nearer My God to the play in the background, while deep blue lighting pushes the atmosphere into tension and urgency. At the end, we move into a quiet, reflective space. Gentle ocean waves and soft purple lighting bring closure to our experience. We also project the names of victims onto the fabric in line with drama's request and to honor the lives lost. We had tested the projection before, and although we ran into some challenges with securing and placing the projector, we are able to solve it by adjusting the layout of our station and use the height of the trunk to support it. And Anna will talk more about our Telegram station.
Thank you, Faye. The final telegram is our interactive installation where visitors could record their messages using a Morse code key and a vintage microphone. Then their words appear on a larger display with lines of text flowing in like ocean waves. We want to convey that although the passengers of the Titanic are gone, their voices and messages will live on, carried by the ocean. Many people were drawn to the nostalgic design of the telegram booth and also the visualization of the flowing text, especially as other people gathered to watch it. Since the Titanic's Marconi room plays a significant role in the musical, centered on sending messages to the loved ones, the audience could naturally connect with the setting and its emotions. It was also very interesting to see how people's messages shifted in tone, reflecting the emotional impact of the show itself. Before the show began, visitors left light and hopeful messages, many about the prompt of their hopes and dreams this year. However, during intermission, as the emotional weight of the show has shifted in, we noticed a big change. Messages became more reflective, personal, and heartfelt. While playful notes were mainly shared throughout, especially between friends and families, this contrast added richness to the experience. Overall, it helped create shared moments of both joy and reflection, which we felt added depth to this whole installation. During our playtest and softs, we tested the recording process to ensure the best user experience. Many participants immediately tried to tap the Morse code key repeatedly and also found the interaction of press and hold to record and then tap once more to send not that confusing at all. However, the actual audience in the Purnell lobby responded differently, which made us to shift our design during the week of the performance. Now Jim will talk more about the technology and how we specifically improved it during the run.
Thank you, Anna. So our interactive design is based on the telegram taper, which is actually a fidget device controlled by Unity. It can emit the signals to trigger a series of features set in Unity. During the soft opening and playtesting, our audience are mainly young people who are mainly interested in games and interactive experience. So they focus more on the gamified interaction that simulates the long tapes and short tapes of Morse code. But during the lobby show, our audience are mainly elderly people, family, and students who are interested in musicals and dramas. So they prefer simplified interaction and want to see their messages quickly and effectively be displayed on the screen. So based on the needs, we simplify the interaction. Previously, our audience need to hold to record the message and then tape it again to send the message to Unity for processing. And after the iteration, our audience just needs to hold to record, and releasing will automatically send the message to Unity. So the Telegram system is driven by Unity Engine, Hugging Face API, and web page coding. The Unity will process the recorded file into text file, which is the source of the message displayed on the large screen of the lobby. We also developed a multi-layer filter system. It contains automatical feature that supports multiple language and will delay the continuous repetitive message. Also, we develop a banned word system supported by a bad word database, but we are glad that it was hardly used because all of the messages are warm, beautiful, and wonderful. We also have a manual filter system. We can monitor and filter information, the script line from back-end on time. And Jasmine will talk about the hardware.
Thank you, Jim. So the basic functionality that each of the luggage had to achieve was that when the guests approached the luggage, it would trigger the audio to play and for the lights to start. We originally achieved this by utilizing a time-of-flight proximity sensor. This would allow the luggage to begin when the guest was close enough to it. This allowed the Arduino Uno to output to a DF player, which played the audio through a speaker, and the NeoPixel LED strip to start. We tested our original speaker setup at a CMU drama production of Ghosts. This playtest taught us that the speaker setup was not viable just due to the sheer volume in the lobby. This allowed us to pivot to a handset setup so that guests are able to listen to the audio even in a very loud lobby, since the handset would be pressed right up against their ear. We originally used this more anachronistic, modern-looking handset because we thought this would encourage guests to pick it up amongst the more 1910s vintage props. However, when we play tested this, we learned that guests found it more distracting and would often make comments about how it is out of place, and no Titanic passenger would be packing this in their luggage. So we now pivoted to a custom-built receiver that looks more like a vintage 1910s receiver that'd be found on a phone. Our first iteration was quite small and was black in color. When we play-tested this design, we learned that it must be much bigger and a more eye-catching color like gold in order to encourage guests to actually notice it and pick it up. We also learned that we should have the speaker facing up so that guests know that it is a speaker and to put it up to their ears. And now that we're moving on to a handset, we can no longer use the proximity sensor because we now need the Arduino to trigger when the handset is picked up and not just when the guest approaches the luggage. We first achieved this by utilizing a magnetic switch. But as you can see, these magnetic switches are quite clunky and bulky, and they required the guest to place the handset exactly back where they found it in order for the Arduino to read that it was placed back in the same spot. And when we play tested this, of course, guests would not put it back in the exact same position. Who could have thought? So we pivoted now to copper tape, which would allow the guests to place the handset back in whichever way they want, and the Arduino can still see when the handset is placed back. And finally, we first had our LEDs in a more curved path that weaved in and out in between the props. However, when we play tested this, we found that when guests placed the props back, they wouldn't put them in the exact same place, which would make the LED path inaccurate. So we then pivoted to a more outer edge design so that the lights remain visible even with all the props. And when the guests place back the props, it is not quite as required for them to put them in the exact same spot. Now I'll pass it on to Faye, who will talk more about our overall findings.
So here's something that really stood out during our installation. First, iteration really mattered. Any key improvement like updating the Telegram interaction came from constant testing and feedback. Second, we line up the mood shifts in our space with the musical so the audience can feel more connected as they walk through. Third, we try to engage four senses: visual, audio, touch, scent, to create a fuller and more accessible experience. We actually saw guests with visual impairment using the handset, which was really encouraging. And lastly, we wish we had synced with Drama's production team earlier. It could have helped us align our props and design choices even better. So that's definitely something we recommend for future projects. Overall, we received very positive feedback. Most audience describe our experience as creative, immersive, and emotional. That's exactly what we were aiming for. And of course, we couldn't have done it without all the support and help from so many people along the way. So big thanks to everyone who made this project possible. And in short, we are an interactive experience in Pernal Hall with the goal to enhance the emotion journey of the musical Titanic. And we are open for Q&A right now. Thank you.
The luggage pieces were really strong, and you playtested and iterated that a lot. If you now, with some retrospective, could iterate your intermission or ending, what might you have changed if you would do this again for the intermission or ending?
I think, yeah, so the biggest thing we had changing for the intermission and ending was the lighting and audio, which a lot of people, it was more like subtle than we expected. I think the lighting in the lobby was harder to do, but I think also making the projector, the names kind of stand out more. That was the biggest thing that changed throughout it, was adding the projector with the list of names. Maybe having more of a, people like realizing what we're actually projecting and trying emphasizing the different like class disparities that of people who did die and were victims of the Titanic. But then at some point we had considered closing different stations of the characters who had passed away, but then we realized that the audience still wanted to come out and listen to their stories, so we didn't want to close that off for them and let them keep interacting with it.
I think the team made a lot of really strong choices, a lot of tasteful choices along the way. And you got a lot of positive feedback. What feedback meant the most to you as a team or individually?
Like feedback from the end product, or like feedback throughout the process?
Well, you named a bunch of folks who really enjoyed interacting with it, right? So were there any moments in particular that meant more than others?
I think the one that really stood out to me was the guest who had visual impairment, who was going through with, we think, her child, and she was seeing how excited she was that she could still interact with it. And like she listened to the audio, she went up to the telegram, they helped her like press it, and she spoke words and was able to enjoy the whole process still. That was, I think, really moving for me.
So the project had a lot of rules attached to it, right? Because there's rules to theater, there's rules to what your piece would bring versus this. Imagine removing all the rules. And it's no longer, a fight between what you see on the stage versus what you experience in the lobby. And it's something different and it's new. How would that change? Did you ever think about that as a group? Did you ever dream about, man, we wish this was a part of the whole package entertainment experience from the very beginning, in which you experience something here, you experience something there, and they talk and we're imperfect. We don't have to see it as a supporting experience. How would, if we removed those rules, what would you have done different or pushed further or done with the experience? Because I get the sense that you were tippy-toeing, had to make sure it's like, it's all about what's on stage. And I get that, I respect that, but let's remove that for a moment. What do you think we would have seen differently?
I think a big thing was when we did have the stories of the characters was we didn't want to tell any of the stories that was going to be told through the musical. We didn't want to say this character is going to pass away because that would spoil the musical. We didn't want to kind of like ruin those moments. So being able to tell that even more in our luggages and our story, I think would have been impactful and like added to the emotional aspect of the whole thing.
For new characters, were there characters, all your characters were on the stage, right?
Yes, yeah.
So if they were different characters and you had that agency, that's different.
That's true. The whole beginning of the semester, we were debating whether we would do different characters, the characters that were the main characters, side characters, like, because there's so many people and we wanted to tell so many different stories. So cutting it down to the 5 and sticking to the characters in the musical was kind of, hard to do because there's just so many stories to tell.
If you could go back to the beginning of the semester, what would you do differently?
I think we would want to meet with the production team for the musical, like all the designers, because we worked more directly with the dramaturge. But if we talked more with like the set designer, props designer, the costume designer, I think that would have been helpful in aligning the vision.
That's time. Thanks, team.
Good morning, everyone. We're Team Quessant, a level design initiative based on the Rift's RPG universe. Throughout this semester, we developed a 15-minute introductory level of a third-person action-adventure game using Unity 6 and the Penguin Action Toolkit. Today, we will present our final result, including our overall pipelines, final outcome, design challenges, decisions, and retrospective of this semester. Big thanks to our instructor, Ruth and Ricardo, and our SME, Couture. Here are our team members, from left to right, Tianyi, Albert, Huai, Ashling, Cici, and Lisa. Before we begin our showcase, what is a level design? Level design is the discipline of shaping gameplay experience throughout spectacular layouts and goal-oriented challenges, enabling players to process meaningfully within the gameplay structure. Now let's talk about our pipelines. We first establish our goal of this semester. We aim to, first, design gameplay based on Rift's RPG universe. Second, design inclusive core gameplay that encourage exploration and mastery. And third, provide players with guidance to serve better player experiences. After we decide on our goals and theme, we divided our team into 3 sections: mechanics, level, and visual. We stick with our role while still working together cross-disciplinary. Our mechanism team works focusing on team mechanics and pipeline design, such as game mechanics and version controls within multiple designers, coming up with a modular toolkit for the team. Our level team focused on game beats and building gray boxes of the level, while with constant playtesting. Our visual team works on visual concept and finding asset packages that fits within our engine and the world, which includes UI, UX, lighting, and environmental art. After building the initial gray box, we combine our prototypes together. We have more playtests from this phase, serving both as playtests and QAs. At the end of 14 weeks, with all the hard work and fluid pipelines, we made our game even beyond level design. We were able to complete a gameplay demo with rich story, visual, and levels that immerses player in this world building. Now let's dive into our project and talk about the story. Our level story will focus on earlier stage of the game, which is about a coalition outsider discover a hidden connection to nature's energy, granting her the power to purify corrupted broad druid altars. As she masters her newfound ability, she fights alongside druids, battling undead and dark forces. And now I welcome you guys to our game trailer.
I dreamed of a tree. I dreamed of a tree. A massive, magical tree. Standing in the heart of the England Isles. A land of peace. Of magic. Of balance. At least, that's what I thought.
Now let's talk about the spell system of our game. Spell is a very important feature of our game because it serves all of our gameplays, including combat, platforming, to puzzling. We have 3 kinds of magic. One is wood magic, wind magic, and water magic. For wood and wind magic, there are 2 levels. The level 1 is frequently used by players. It costs no energy, and the level 2 is more advanced. Player has to spend some energy to cast a powerful spell. And for the level 1 wood magic, it's called Thorny Entanglement. It serves as the basic attack of the player, and it can also be used to trigger some triggers in the wood temples. The level 2 wood magic is tree growth. Players use it to build a platform for them to finish more complex platforming. And also player can use it to cause a burst of damage to the enemies. And the level 1 wind magic is called Wind Rush. It's mostly used in the platforming part and puzzling part. It can be used to push away objects and trigger the moving platforms in the wind temple. The level 2 wind magic is Sphere Vacuum. Players use it to trap and absorb objects. And it can also be used to find some secret platforms during the levels. And water magic is for players to protect themselves. By holding the water shield, player will constantly cost energy, but by blocking the damage from the enemies, player can restore some of them. And now let's talk about the level design.
So for the entire level, we have a main area using Unity additive scene load and 1 boss fight area. Break down each area into a pipeline. There are 4 scenes in the main area, which build around different spells or abilities. And the 5th scene is designed for battle. Now let's dive into each scene. So the cave scene was the first scene we began to building before halves. We used it to establish both gameplay placing and our internal level design pipeline. From the beginning, we aligned as a team on a goal, a narrative and mechanical onboarding space that introduced player basic movement, introduced resource collections, delivered the first narrative beat, and unlocked the first spell, the tree magic at the altar. We built a gray box and a beat map. At this stage, our SME gave early feedback on player flow and layout problems, which helped us iterate quickly. Now, let's fly through our cave scene. Our protagonist falls into the cave. She collects her first mushroom, realizes that it powers up her energy system. After practicing movement and traversal, she meets the first druid and unlocks tree magic at the altar. She tests her new spell in platforming and combat. And then she discovers a hidden druid that can be rescued and reaches a vista that previews her next goal.
The second scene is the village scene. So this scene serves as the transition between the cave area and the temple area. It includes a viewpoint to help players to establish an overall sense of the game space and uses narrative elements to introduce the world's lore. Next is the wood temple. The key gameplay elements here are wood magic platforming, puzzle mechanics, combat spaces, and unlocking wind magic. The final build of the wood temple is rich with natural tree-based elements, so players can leap across its vines and tree trunks, and as they explore deeper, they can discover a wind altar concealed within the waterfall. So because this was our first sandbox-style level, the early build faced 3 main issues. The side loops are too long, the main path is unclear, and the instructions are weak. So all of this made the level harder to understand and disrupted players' exploration experience. So you can see the main route in red getting broken up by too many long side loops in blue, which left the player lost. So in later builds, we cut down on side loops and made each one shorter, and then added clear return paths and visual cues to guide players back to the main route. That change really smooths out the exploration. And in this quick walkthrough video, the first memorable spot is the tree that rises and falls with players' wood magic. A player can use it to reach a hidden druid. The next section features moderate platforming and combat encounters on the waterfall. Afterwards, players uncover a concealed interior space behind the falls where they encounter a hidden druid and discover a wind altar, and then unlock the wind magic. And those little fans around it are for players to practice. And then the player can push open the stone exit door with wind magic, return to the village, and head on towards the wind temple.
The Wind Temple is built around the wind spell, introducing platforming challenges, elevation-based puzzles, and integrated combat. Our original beat map gave players a lot of freedom. The zigzagging architecture made the space feel explorative, but players sometimes got lost or bypassed key design moments. So the focus after this version was to improve flow. We restructured the level with a more defined and guided path. There's now only one optional path which leads to a hidden druid, so exploration is still rewarded. In the Wind Temple, after finishing the Wood Temple, player returns to the village and use a wind push to enter. They can knock 2 unaware skeletons into a blob pool, then cross twin platforms into the second combat encounter. After some traversal platforms, here comes our first wind lifters. Players stand on a platform and cast a wind ball at the trigger. The lift then carries them upward. At the altar, they can unlock Water Shield, test it in combat, and ride 3 more wind lifts up.
And the last thing is the boss fight scene. The boss fight scene combines a multi-stage boss battle with platforming, giving players plenty of transition and practice time before the final showdown, so they can get comfortable with the new Water Shield spell. After defeating the boss, the experience concludes with a transition sequence and a narrative closure.
Looking back, here's what we work well for and what we recommend for future designers. First, define clear scene goals and beat map early. They guided the entire process. Second, start gray boxing fast and iterate frequently, especially before arts comes in. One artisan, communicate with artists constantly, and playtest regularly to ensure navigation remains intuitive.
So now talk a little bit about the tech behind those levels. So we have 2 members from last semester is working on the Penguin Action Toolkit, which become a natural advantage for us to using that. So this does facilitate our development, so as player skills can be easily achieved, and we also add more complex enemy AI and boss in a very short time and in the later development cycle. So, but like the path is just a action-focused toolkit, but for our game, we need more for our levels. So now we have our new development toolkit to facilitate our pipelines. Like we have our dialogue system, we have our puzzle system, and we also have our tuning system. This helps us build a bridge between the level designers and the programmers.
So now comes to the art part. So we have created a united palette color pattern in the game's world building and narrative settings. It serves not only a visual guidance throughout the entire art production pipeline, but also functions as a tool for indirect control during the gameplay. And we also created like the 2 main colors for our different temples to create different feelings when players are playing the temples. And for the 3D art art, besides some exterior package we already bought in the Unity, we also made some special hero assets based on the reference of the Rift's book. In order to make the player experience much better and have clear guidance, we implemented various UIs with different functions into our game to help the player better understand the world settings. Since our game mainly focuses in the magical world, we made lots of visual effects in the game to make the world look more persuasive. And we also animated some special creatures to make the world look more realistic.
And here comes the playtest part. So we collected a lot of playtest data to see if our design met our design goals. And the tree magic is used very often because player use it to do traversal in the map. And the wind magic is not that satisfactory because players prefer to use push magic rather than the gravity ball, as the instruction of the gravity ball is not very clear. And the jump and dash skills are used a lot because we are a platform game and we have a very large map. And here's the feedback of our playtest. So the frequently asked questions can be divided into 2 parts. The first part is hard mechanic learning. So some players don't know what the spells do or how to trigger them. And the second part is that players can easily get lost in the map. Sometimes they don't know where they should go or what to do next. So to solve these 2 problems for the first part, to improve the mechanic learning, we add more tutorial levels for new spell. For example, we add some cubes for players to aim at when they are casting a spell. And we also add some video tutorials to visualize the whole process of triggering a spell. And we also design different totem texture for different magic to indicate different spell usage. And for the second part, to improve the map navigation, we add more indirect control with the environment. For example, we add some torches to light the way and guide the player. And we also add planks and deco white paint on some paths to indicate that these paths are workable. And we also add some cinematics to give players an overview of the whole level map and also some hints on how to solve the puzzles. And here are the challenges we face. So we actually have a lot more challenges, and as currently on the list, the most significant part is that we don't have a QA pipeline. That means we need to spend more time to call for playtesters to come playtest our game on a daily basis. And here's what we have learned this semester from production, art, playtest, and design side. And if we have more time, we'll try to achieve these stretch goals in the future. And that's it. Thank you.
I have so many questions. Nice job, first of all. I understand level design the least of almost every design discipline. So I'm curious if you were to tell me to go play a bunch of games and specific levels and draw lessons out of them, how would you direct me to do that? Because I would assume that you all have favorite levels of games you played and said, hey, this level did this really well, and we should learn from it. So if you're going to direct me to go play, I don't know, 3 different games, 3 different levels, and draw lessons out of them, what would you have me learn?
So we do have a research period before we build every level, and we have 3 different pitches, like aiming at 3 different types of games. All the games are from our favorite levels. And throughout the entire research process, we found some of the games that, since we pick a magical world, and we really want to have those game levels that really focus on the mechanism and also the levels. So we learned from the Zelda, Tears of Kingdom, and also Kenneth, Bridge of Spirits, and also the Hogwarts Legacy. And all of them, and also our game, wants to targeting, like let the players to combine platforming, magical spells, and also traversal in the level well. So basically, that's what we want to teach the player, and also let the players to feel, and also the player. We wish the player can have those comments on our levels after they play. So basically, that. Did I answer your question? Thank you.
Just curious, why did you choose not to do a live demo of the gameplay?
Because we have a 15 to 20 minutes gameplay period. Even for first-time player, it takes 30 minutes to complete the level with several deaths. And if we do a live demo here, then it would take too much time, and we will pass the time limitations for the presentation. But we do send a gameplay walkthrough and also the demo to every ETCers in last week sometimes. And if everyone's interested in it, you guys can play it. And welcome to any feedback.
Yeah, it's a strong playthrough, and it's really interesting. You teach me spells, and I really landed wind pushes, and it took me forever to understand that wind or vacuum can pull. So can you maybe go back to that slide and just talk through what did you change with the visuals, with the audio, to try to communicate better that there is a vacuum, a gravity, because it was a switch where you're teaching me one verb, but then this other verb I didn't get for the longest time.
So, Mike, if you remember, it's like the very first demo we sent to you is like the vacuum sphere is just a sphere like that, and now because I want players to know the range, so you now I can notice there's a kind of a bigger sphere that can indicate the range of the sphere that can influence, and because at first it's we don't have the tutorial of these spells until very last stage. So we wanted to use that. So instead of because we have the spell here, and so we want to players to get know that they can have this spell just after they
got this spell. So we have add like some new special platforms and with a UI hint to help players understand better.
Yeah, so from the level design side, as you can see in the first GIF, we don't have that in the first or like in the previous versions. So in this part, we basically just had a normal like return route, but for now we add a puzzle with a UI instruction, so the player can only use the wind bow to solve this puzzle and get back to the main road. So it's basically like a very hard tutorial for the player, yeah, to do this, yeah.
Thanks, team.
Good morning, this is team number 6. Today we would love to share our highlights area throughout the journey of designing for mixed reality experience. Up on the stage we have 6 talented designers. I am the creative producer Nina, designer Yawen, our artist Helen, Regina, Ian, and our programmer Oliver. Off the stage we have Ruth as our instructor, guiding us throughout the semester with enormous mentorship. Before we start, our agenda for today is to opening with a project overview, then we'll dive into some of the designs, including decisions that we made initially, changes with the challenges, and also improvements that we're trying to iterate. Then we will conclude with some of the takeaways. So this semester, our goal is to explore the possibilities of blending the virtual and the realities, pushing the boundaries of storytelling and interactivities. This project also serves as a starting point for the future development of XR. So we start with research and development, prototyping, and then choose those core mechanics and design for a prototype experience. Our target audience are young adults who play the experience, and also XR developers who design those fun experiences for them. And throughout the journey, we've been reaching out to many game studios, playtesting with those professional developers from the industry. Thank you for those who are watching the live stream today. So a quick catch-up. For the first half of the semester, we start with 4 sprints, including 24 interactions and effects. Then we choose the top 3 that work really well, and then choose them as our core functions for our prototype. We designed 5 worlds, including different interactions, puzzles with different styles, because we want to explore as much as possible with all the possibilities and how the players might enjoy throughout those experiences with some magical moments.
Okay, I will talk about our journey of the XR experience design. We have 4 design goals based on our prompt and sprints. We aim to fully use the physical space by extending the virtual world beyond the real one. Focus on creating magical moments over a full game structure. Make the experience immersive by blending virtual and real elements. And ensure intuitive interactions through both direct and indirect controls. From last half semester, we learned that Quest 3 can recognize various real-world elements, such as the walls, floors, and windows. So we designed the experience around those capabilities. We also created a start guide to help the player set up their room with step-by-step instructions and a room map to ensure proper layout and scale. As mentioned earlier, we aim to fully leverage the space and XR capabilities. So we designed the experience which players can see the virtual world through their real-world windows. All objects are also scannable, allowing players to freely resize items to fit their space. We designed 3 ways to spawn objects based on different situations. When the player first enters the game, 3 key tools will spawn next to them to encourage the exploration. The players can then move the tools. The object will spawn from the new locations. To avoid real-world furniture blocking objects, some items spawn floating in the air, transformed by the words.
Now let's talk about designing interactions with tools, characters, and objects. To start with, we decided on using the 2 most intuitive and accurate gestures provided by Quest package, grabbing and poking. Here are the 3 tools we designed. The players can fly to different worlds by launching the travel console, extract items from the ground using the collector, and also reveal the virtual world outside the house by seeing through the vision gate. At the beginning of the game, we designed a tutorial page that includes the suggested gestures and also the tools, linked together with color coding. The player can start the game by performing the enlarged gesture for the first time. Design-wise, we want to take advantage of players' intuition to try the first trick they just learned. So we let players enlarge the portal to both observe and select. We also use UI instructions, visual effects, and sound effects to indicate selection, travel, and arrival. And here's how we iterate the collector. We start with having direct UI instructions printed on the surface, yet the players are still confused about how to properly use it. Therefore, we revised the design to add more guidance. We refine the wording of UI instructions and add icons to directly inform players of the intended actions. We also apply the idea of indirect control. Handles will pop out or retract to hint players to grab or not grab. We also animate the buttons and progress bar to suggest poking and waiting. We use a hologram jar shader to encourage a player to reach through and grab the object inside. Finally, to be direct of letting players learn the function, we add UI instructions for how to use the vision gate. The vision gate is a portable, expandable window that allows players, especially those playing in rooms of small windows, to have a better view of the outside virtual world.
Now we'll talk about the 2 characters created in our XR experience. In the first half of the semester, we found that placing a giant creature outside the window was very compelling in the XR space. Building on this, we designed 2 contrasting characters. The first one is July Girl, which uses direct control with clear instructions and emotional bonding. The second one is the Flower Monster, which uses indirect control, offering subtle hints for the player to interact and build tension. For the July Girl's world, we explored direct control by turning her words into 3D text that player can grab and transform into key items. After completing her text, she will shoot a heart at the player, and at the moment it hits, the whole entire world will shift from AR to VR, and creating a magical moment. For the Flower Monster world, we explore indirect control by using gaze tracking. The monster stares at the seat, hinting that the player needs to move it closer, and it then slowly approaches and suddenly breaks through the window and shoots out its eyeball and swallows the seed, making the experience surreal and unsettling.
Other than interactions with character, we also design a series of object interactions. And we will use 6 keywords to summarize all these actions. So the first is pour. In our July Girls world, the player can pour a monster drink and mint candy, which can interact with the physical surroundings such as hand, desk, and so on, thus enhancing the overall immersive experience. And after that, the player can mix rice, candy, and drink in the bowl to prepare food for the July Girl. And there will be VFX indicating the progress. And the third word is transform. In our 2D world, the player can gather 2D sticker from the collector, and once they grab it, it will immediately turn into a 3D toy. And next, run away. In our sea world, when the player tries to touch the jellyfish, it will suddenly run away and teleport to other place. And the fifth word is decorate. The player can use the collected items to design their own space. And finally, scale. As you can see, most of the objects in our scene are actually scalable, which means player can shrink and enlarge to play with different scale.
After several playtests with XR developers from the industry, as well as all the naive to experienced players, we made some iterations for our mechanics. Since this game is designed for general room, we tested it in different spaces in order to adjust the game menu to make sure the completeness of the experience. As we were testing the collector, we found that most of players felt tired of leaning down frequently. So we adjust the height of the collector and add auto reset after taking out objects, so it makes the collector easy and comfortable to use. Moreover, we add an all item collected card to let players know that they have completed all interactions in this world and they are ready to explore a new one. For the older version, player was hard to notice the vision gate, so we made the vision gate only shows up after the handle is triggered. Then start showing the speed line of the house traveling process. After arrived, shows an instruction, attach me on the floor on the vision gate and place it right in front of the travel console. And we also made some new technical developments. The attempt we have made was implement 2 rooms. In order to achieve this, we tried using MetaQuest to scan 2 rooms at once. However, since Meta doesn't allow storing multiple spatial data because of safety issue, we had to turn to other ways. Meta offers a function for users to manually creating walls to form another room. But the accuracy of this space is not enough for our interactions, such as window recognition. The last but doable way is to manipulate Meta's open source code to add multiple rooms by their spatial anchors. We decided to use only one space because we are lack of manpower and time within the scope. We also add tag and Kaleido for real-world objects by managing Meta's open source code. So we can customize the interactions between virtual objects and real objects, such as drop virtual objects on the real object surface and attach vision gate on the floor. In the future, people can tag everything they scanned and add different interactions for them.
So throughout the journey, we have created many wonderful moments for the players to enjoy, some challenges that we encountered, and things that we wish to develop furthermore. The first takeaway is that try out, start early. We check out the headsets the first day of the first week, start Ghost Spike prototyping with the giant creatures interactions outside the window. This interaction become our feature throughout the whole semester design. And then playtest a lot, because never be afraid of giving them just enough instruction before giving them a lot of freedom to explore within the AR space. Because once the player put on the headsets, they're immersed with both the real world and the virtual design, which might be hard for them to notice some of them in the digital world. And things could be less intuitive, so really spend time in the early stage trying to figure out what's intuitive.
with details which are really fundamental for good experience, because all those things matters for the player's experience. Pay close attention to how the players wish to do, because some of the inspirations might come from the players. And people love to personalize their experience within their space by decorating, seeing how the virtual interactions happening between each other, and also how they react to the physical world. With the foundation of a solid tryout first, and now we can start some experiments. Don't be afraid to go crazy sometime, because a lot of times inspirations come out of those. And the technology will become stronger, and the core thing is the design that makes the experience engaging and immersive. We have created this experience within 6 weeks with 5 worlds, ranging playtime for 16 minutes. We had players who play for an hour until the battery dies. So it's definitely really looking forward for further experiments. And now we're open for questions.
I just spent the last 2.5 years making a mixed reality game, which just shipped. So your insight's really great, very similar to the stuff that we learned. So I'm going to ask you a really hard question. We just saw a talk on level design, and the little I think about level design is a level tells you how you should feel about a space, right? Like a garden feels different than a dungeon. The thing we thought about was, in your own home, you let different people into your living room than your bedroom, right? They have different emotional values to you. Have you thought about, if you could run this game in any arbitrary room in your house, how does the emotional meaning of your room change the experience you deliver? Because in theory, the kind of play you have in your bedroom, and I don't mean this in like a dirty way, but like in an emotional, like invulnerable space, is very different than you would have in your living room. So if you could know that these rooms are tagged properly, how would you change your gameplay to adjust to the different emotional spaces in your house? And I have not figured this one out yet, so like this is why it's a hard question.
Thank you. Some of the findings that we found out by trying different rooms, this including some personal space, is that the first image on the the left-hand side, that's actually a home space. You can see the physical flowers on the desk. That's indicating for some personal experience, and that actually adds up with some of the design themes that we designed for them to try out. So we can figure out some of the themes of the world actually work pretty well by letting the player decorating with those cute decorations within the space. That actually enhances the experience in the emotional way and also experience design way of how they enjoy the way of decorating with those virtual things, adding on to those physical things that's already existing. That could also apply to how players have some physical family album or pictures hang out on the wall. That could also affect a lot for the players to just want to make it more beautiful for their place with those digital components, because you can do this lifetime out of the screen with you and then really in the real world. But this could not apply with those more tense design with the giant monster. This could actually be a tryout of how do we break the immersion, how do we break the fourth wall to get players engaged. That's more about the tension, how do we get them engaged with the gameplay, with the puzzles, or say the GI girl, how do we just execute really strict instruction instead of letting the players to take the freedom to explore the whole space. You're actually following and you're trying to like pleasing her, including in order to finish the gameplay to be successful. So throughout those experience, that's why we try 5 different worlds within the 6 weeks. We really wanted to push ourselves to explore as much as possible. How do we feel in different worlds with different emotions? Then we carry those core things in design, and then we can carry that and develop furthermore. I hope that answers your questions.
Yeah, I agree. That was a really good answer. Can you talk about the scale of the girl character? Because ultimately, what you're doing is turning this into a frame for a story interaction, and her scale seems so large, and it feels more like a giant character than or an extreme close-up, which evokes a certain kind of feeling. Did you experiment with the composition of the girl or the scale of her in that space more?
Yeah, I think maybe in the future design we will have a smaller scale of her. But in this design we were trying to make a spiritual environments in her head, so that we make her into a very giant scale.
This is a really good point because and even though that's in mixed reality, you can still see the outside world. There's still a feeling of feeling tension, of seeing the things that is big when it's too big for the players to feel certain emotions that you don't want to. So this would definitely be an aspect that we wish to develop furthermore, or the future team who could spend more time on development and try out this. Thank you.
Hello everyone, we're Team Lost Echo. Today we're going to present our game called Son of Nanzhao. So here's our team, and our instructor Brenda, and our consultant Jonathan Walton. So we are a music-driven game inspired by Chinese folk music, specifically from historical periods. We call it Nanzhao Fengsheng music. So our goal is to build an interactive game that spark the interest in learning music within the cultural context, and also we want to introduce new ways to provide people of opportunity of learning music from a variety of cultures. So our target audience would be aged from 13 to 40, and also we want to include students and educators that is specifically inspired by Chinese folk music. So here's our demo.
Okay, so our demo kind of showcasing our background story and some gameplay samples. And let me summarize our level. So to imagine our game in a whole picture, we are going to have all these elements in order to give the player a complete storytelling and musical experience. But since we are making a vertical slice, we are focused on making the tutorial to let the player with the basic notes and also let the player craft the guzheng as the basic instrument for the first level. And this is our major level map. We have a town map featuring a villager living area, there's a market area, and also a surrounding natural environment for the player to explore. In the level, the player will finish the tutorial and several parallel missions. So the game began with the tutorial with the outer village. So this is a villager who needs your help to help fix his cart. This part functions as a tutorial to let the player be familiar with our gameplay mechanics and the basic controls. And after the onboarding process, the player will go inside the village to locate the guzheng maker. And then the player will try to find all 4 kinds of materials in order to craft guzheng as the music instrument. So in order to gather those materials, you need to talk with different people in the town, learn some particular music and vocabularies, and finish some mini games. So let me take this mission as an example. If you want to acquire an instrument bridges which is made of cow bone, you need to talk with the butcher in the town first, and then he will ask you to help his son with a music-driven minigame. And at the same time, you need to learn the particular vocabulary so you can talk to the butcher again and gain the cow bone. So we are making every design decisions after the halves. We base on the real history, the relationship between music, puzzle, and culture, and also the playtesting feedback. For the real history part, we kind of wondering and thinking about what would make the most sense for that historical period. So based on our research, based on the real history, the Nanzhao's empire seeks to rebuild friendship with Tang Dynasty with music diplomacy. So we took this as an inspiration. The player, as a musician, will help the kingdom with the music. And in the first chapter, the player is taught to travel among the people and collect the musical instrument. And also, we are thinking about the interconnected circle between music, puzzle, and culture. Does the music piece contribute to the puzzle experience? Does the gameplay enhance the cultural backgrounds of the game? So when we are making design decisions, we are based on these 3 elements. So we have the Nanzhao Fengsheng music, which has a pentatonic 5-note system. We also have the exploration, collection, and music inspiration with different NPCs, and this is from our puzzle. Also, we have a narrative to use music to convey peace. And it's important for us on how to build these 3 things together and it works well. So between music and puzzle, we are refining our flute playing mechanics. So we design melodies the player must compose to solve puzzles, and this forms the core fun of our gameplay. When we reiterate our design, we always think about how can we improve the experience of playing music to solve puzzles. And between music and culture, we have a 5-note system and the traditional Chinese music structure. This all shape our audio experience. We are thinking about the audio, we are ensuring the melodies feel authentic and still true to the culture and that historical period. And also between puzzle and culture, we have the player to solve a puzzle and talk to a villager. Every detail we import some small narrative details that reveal the cultural backgrounds and history. We've designed the unique NPCs and narratives with 8 different people, and they have various reactions when the player inputs different melodies and different in conversations. And between all these perspectives, we've built the 3 things together and iterate our vertical slice of Song of Nanzhao. Also, last but not least, we asked the playtesters, what aspects do you feel most engaging, and what parts do you feel confused or unclear? These questions are helping us shape our design decisions.
After halves, we playtest with 72 people ranging from 8 to 45 and received valuable feedback and helped us iterate on our design. First, from the environment art side, here's how we make effort to make the environment come to life by creating people's living environment at historical period and sense of war. Compared to previous version, we have completely redesigned the village layout based on real-world references and in-game experience. We simplified the path between different destinations and used visual cues to guide players in right direction. Now our scenes balance both gameplay and realism. Yes, to enhance the realism of the scenes and provide players with a more immersive experience, we introduced plans appropriate to historical period and the geographical setting, as well as everyday tools commonly used by people at that time. For things intended to convey specific emotions, such as graveyard, we incorporate unique ferns, mist, and small white flower to evoke the sense of sorrow.
Based on feedback from several playtesters, we found that the original vertical layout of the flute on screen, along with its corresponding keys 1 to 5, was not very intuitive. So we redesigned the layout and rotated the flute to be horizontal, which aligns more naturally with how a flute is held and played. Players also pointed out that there was no clear feedback after interacting with a melody. To address this, we added a more noticeable indication to the notebook icon once a melody is learned. Additionally, when the player opens the notebook, it now automatically navigates to the corresponding page and highlights the newly learned vocabulary. We also found that using the middle mouse button to rotate the camera wasn't intuitive for most players, so we added the option to rotate the camera with the right mouse button. Also, several players preferred using the mouse over using keyboard, so we added the function that allows players to interact with the world using only mouse clicks.
During our playtest, 2 questions concerned our playtester the most. Where am I and what I was up to? Our open world level is rather big and has a lot to explore. That means players can get lost and just forget about what they were doing. For the first problem, we created a real-time minimap here at the right bottom corner. And for the second question, we developed a task system and gave players a task scroll. Moreover, we added clear instructions in NPC dialogues, such as that. Even if somebody just skips all the dialogues, we know that's going to happen. They can always return to NPCs for a hint or just check the task scroll. In our early game version, players may not receive any feedback if they played something wrong. For example, play the wrong melody or played at the wrong place. This can be confusing and discouraging. Also, players really want to play around in the game. A lot of playtesters said they want to set the trees on fire in this minigame scene. So we added a lot of game branches, especially in the puzzle solving part. We have NPC reactions to almost every possible player behavior. For example, if a player tried to lit this bonfire but got something wrong, the NPC will try to hint them, and if they're trying to set fire, where the NPC will try to stop them. As for controller, in our original pitch, we proposed using Makey to create our own controller. Yeah, we turned to traditional keyboard and mouse later for availability and stability, but we didn't just dump the idea of alternative controller. Instead, we made this flute with 3D printing, Arduino, and a little soldering. When a flute hole is pressed with a special gloves, it will send signals through Arduino to PC and be processed by a Python script. Let's watch a demo video of playing a flute in a game using a real physical flute. Thank you.
Our efforts in other iteration paid off. During the playtest events, we asked each player to answer a short survey on how clear is the mission objectives, how easy to use the flow mechanics, how engaging was the level, and how well did we do to tell the story and the cultures. Based on the sample size of 30 playtesters, We received feedbacks from 3.3 on clearness, 3.75 on mechanics, 3.91 on engaging, and 3.96 on story and culture. During the last week of productions, we asked people around us to never played the game before to try it again. And we received the feedback of like each questions higher 0.5 to 1. So based on this data, we believe we did a pretty good job. And start with our wins. So we came up with very unusual, interesting game mechanic. This really captures players' attention. And thanks through mixing the content to dialogue and environment, we integrated the narrative and the cultural element well. Then everything comes together and works smoothly. The mechanic, story, music, and program all support each other, creating a complete and engaging experience. And for the things we could do better next time, the first one is we need better prototype speed because in that case, we can have iteration of our design more times. And the second one is we need to find more playtesters so we can get a fair result. And moving to our stretch goals. These are the things we would love to work on if we have more time. First, we want to expand the village by adding more NPCs, more dialogue, and creating deeper story integration. This will make the world feel much more alive and immersive. Second, we like to implement an all-in-one flute controller. Right now, the physical control is still in the prototype phase, so improve them will make the gameplay more immersion. And the last one is allow player to walk inside the village. So we can integrate the environment and the story together more and let them feel the culture behind it. And in summary, our project is a music-driven puzzle game inspired by Chinese folk music that aims to spark interest and in learn music without cultural content. We're open for questions. Thank you.
I had a lot of coffee this morning, so I was going to ask a lot of first questions. One quick question. Did you get feedback from someone who actually plays that flute?
You mean the flute prop?
No, the actual musical instrument. Yeah. Did you get any feedback from someone who plays that flute?
Yeah, so for now, you need to use a special glove because we used Arduino to build
No, I meant like the original instrument, the actual instrument that you're basing off of. Did you get a musician to play this?
You mean the original Chinese, like, flute? Yes. Yes, we think so. Yeah, we have consulted some musicians. I consulted some my friends who play flute in like a traditional Chinese orchestra, and they give us some advice to build our flute mechanism.
I think it'd be great to talk about that in a presentation, but I want to go to my real question is, on the scale of Ocarina of Time to Guitar Hero, right? So Guitar Hero is very much the fantasy of playing music as a rock star. Ocarina of Time uses like the ocarina as a magical prop in an RPG, right? So this is the spectrum. Where did you want to be, and where did you end up on that spectrum?
I think those two games, we kind of take a little bit of research, and they're kind of like a prototype reference. But I think we are more like towards the Guitar Hero, but I think the mechanics kind of different because we are like building a puzzle game and it's building on like dictionaries, vocabularies. We build from like music notes, and those music notes are really like designed by ourselves, like and based on inspirations from our culture. So I think it's kind of like different mechanics from like those like two types of games.
You wanted to be closer to Guitar Hero than Ocarina of Time. Is that where you landed?
No, I think that's like during our like very early prototype phase and like finding reference, but later we kind of tailored our like unique mechanics.
Hi, I apologize if I missed this, but can you talk about, for the artwork and the asset creation, did you make everything, or was some of it AI generated? Was some of it bought from an asset store? Can you help us delineate?
Yeah, I think for the major assets, such as like a town scene, so you can see like rebuilding the walls and the buildings, and like the important game assets are made out by our environment artists. And however, since we want to decorate our scene to make like more like the realistic atmosphere, we kind of add the trees, a little bit like some props like grasses. Those are from the asset store. Also, our UI artists, we make like every UI and a major character art by ourselves. But there's like some like custom images we use kind of AI help to generate, and we based on the AI generated image, we modify them to like focus on our like design. Yeah.
Yeah, I think in the future you have to be really clear. It's very appropriate to put that in the presentation of your process, and I think it's great to utilize those at the asset store as an AI as a tool. But I think it's important to delineate what you did and what you didn't do.
Sure, thank you.
So my understanding, it's a puzzle game. You're using music as a mechanic, but I'm reading the words on your slide, spark interest in learning music. What are your metrics for that in terms of learning music? Are players leaving this game, and are they meant to be able to play the music outside of the game? Do you know what I'm asking? How are you measuring if people are learning it other than to solve the puzzle?
So our audio designer, and he kind of makes a research into the 5-note Chinese pentatonic system of how to make the music in that historical period. So you're kind of using like the same system, and in the game when you're playing every music piece. And like when you're like learning those, also there are like some like NPCs narratives. They're kind of talking about like how to build the instrument, how it's like the music consists of, and those all help like the learning part of our game. So you kind of like gain like the knowledge of the 5-note system, also like the culture behind the instruments and like the music system.
So, sorry, just a quick follow-up. So I understand that, but it would be interesting to know, like, outside of the game, are people able to play the flute? Do you know what I mean? On their own. I don't know that there's an answer to that, but that would be an interesting exploration if people are actually learning music.
Yeah, I think for now we're still using like keyboard and mouse, but later as we like discovering the possibilities of making a flute controller, I think that thing kind of will be helpful for the later phase of helping people to learn the flute.
Good morning, everyone. We're Team Interactive Story Labs. Our experience is about the guest enters the memory of Nova, and android discarded for refusing to replace a lost life. It's really impossible for us to create an experience in RPS rather than a cavern, so we will play a trailer video.
Maggie!
Julian, I'm not her. But I'll try to be what you need me to be.
Up on the stage are our team members, Felix, Jose, Samantha, Lucy, and Grace. And we have our instructor, Chris. Our project is about a 15 minutes immersive short film with immersive elements for the cavern, and includes single guest experience, immersive storytelling, and seamless interaction without visible user interface. Our production lies into 14 weeks, and it includes with a pre-production and a 3-day shoot, and also a post-production. During our pre-production, we were able to create a script, interactive verb, watch and turn,
draft of an animated junkyard and also a blocking test shot before the quarters. And also by half, we were able to log our script, updated interaction motif, and confirm shooting day and actors and the location, and also test shoot on location. In terms of traditional storyboard, we think it didn't work well in the beginning because it is really hard to mimic the actual location, and it also provides limited camera movements and focal length. We faced a lot of challenges during our pre-production session. First of all, it's really hard to test before the shooting, so we provide a 3D virtual storyboard with a 3-panel shot template. And it is really hard to combine our story and interaction, so we come up with a mirror motif. And coordinating the shoot, we reach out to CMU drama department for locating the actors, and we create a script breakdown system that Samantha will talk about more in the future. And now invite Samantha to talk about iteration tools.
So we figured out what did work for shooting for the cavern, which is very unique aspect ratio and also feeds into your peripheral vision. So on the top, you would see a quick template that we used on set to quickly map up where the character would be on screen and where this character would be on the physical cavern space. And at the bottom, you see that we have created a PowerPoint, very meticulous shot list, color-coded with individual shots. And for each of the shots, we blocked out where the characters would be walking and how the audience would be looking at one part of the cavern and how fast they would have to turn in order to follow the character. So we planned it out scene by scene. And this is our actual test shoot with our team members. As you can see, so when we were filming, we made sure to separate the screen into 3 panels, so we would know that, for example, this shot right here, it would be right in the middle of the cavern, and how would we plan camera movements to move away from this and to make sure that the speed is within the limit of what the audience can catch. And we blocked it out with our team members. We blocked out around 50% of the shots that made it into the final film, and so this test shoot before the final shoot was actually very successful. As part of the pre-production process, we also produced our own props. So we created hospital receipts for one of the characters' backstory, and we created an app for the Android and also the shipping box for the Android. We also purchased some flowers to decorate the set. And this is our script breakdown for the 3 days. We planned all the shots according to interior, exterior, day, and night, and we also separated the costumes for each individual scene. And we had on set, I guess, costume coordinating by Grace to make sure that continuity actually worked. And the last part that we did before the final shoot was that we rewrote a lot of interactivity into the actual script. We faced some challenges with this process because it was quite late into the script development process, but simplification was key, and we overcame this challenge. As for the 3 shooting days, there were a few unique constraints, namely cavern unique constraints. We can't really shoot coverage. We have to design long takes, and no interface interactivity constraints. That leads to some on-set rewrites and also shooting for continuity when you have to shoot a version for the mirror fantasy and a version for reality. Handing it over to Jose to talk about cinematography.
Thank you. Now, to recap from halves, this is the 3-panel method that we were working on. The idea was to have a different composition in each one, but what we ended up doing was something vastly different. Instead of using panels, we used focus points because we discovered that the audience could place their own panel and, even better, choose their own composition. Each one of these 16:9 images represent what the audience can see when standing in the middle of the cavern. By just watching the film, they unconsciously choose one of the compositions we present to them. This method can also be used to separate focus points. In this scene, the characters are arguing, and the audience feels it not only through dialogue and acting, but in the way they have to turn their heads as if they were part of the conversation. Leading gazes are particularly effective in combination with focus points, as most audiences will turn their heads to look to the left in this scene. Now, there are more techniques specific to cavern visual language than just focus points. We also use foreground elements to redirect attention, different aspect ratios and arrangement, and super detailed shots, in which you have to scan the entire cavern to get the detail in full. One more thing that we discovered that contributes to motion sickness in the cavern is the amount of times the audience has to turn around. So we had to plan our shots accordingly and place the focus point of the next shot inside the predicted panel. And all of this had to be figured out because we didn't have the luxury of reshoots. Our production lasted only 3 days, and after that, we jumped right into post-production. Now, since our film has branches and has additional content, in order to work more efficiently, we came up with a file structure inside Premiere that allowed us to know what path, scene, and interaction we were working on, all while editing sound, color, and VFX simultaneously. Next part is VFX. First, let's take a look at what exactly we did for it.
So as you can see, we don't have many fancy special effects like some Hollywood sci-fi movies. Mostly what we did was fixing something that we can't achieve in the live shooting footage. And another part of our VFX is the opening and ending animation sequence. Since the half presentation, we made these following changes. First, we changed the placeholder Android height into the real Android height we're using, which is a retextured 3D scan model of our actress. And second, we adjust the lighting to add some mood into this scene. And lastly, we added the head rolling animation and changed some camera movements to reduce the motion sickness and better tell the story. The last part of post-processing is sound. We're using 5.1 surround sound in our piece to increase the immersiveness and also guide the audience to look around. And I will show you an example of this. This is our opening scene animation. And as you can see, we use directional sound as a cue before we could even see the head rolling. And as the head rolls to the left, we move the sound to the left. And when it goes to the right side, the sound follows it. And if there's nothing happening, the sound is just the evenly background noise. And this shows how we pinpoint a specific sound we want to emphasize. And in this case, it's the crow sound. Next, Felix will talk more about interaction.
Thank you, Lucy. And let me talk about the interaction findings. I believe most of the people here, well, some of you at least, already watched the experience of our movie. And then I'm sure you all had the moment to look at the scene in the behind. Everyone had indirectly selected one of those objects on the scene, which will lead to all different paths. The dead bird leads to Julian's path, and the heads leads to Nova's path, and each of the objects represent different meanings behind. The bird was a sign of something that was once alive, now dead, which resembles Julian, and the heads was something that never alive, but trying to live, which resembles Nova. And the goal of this interaction was to make it as seamless and invisible as possible. It was designed with audiences' unconscious curiosity, subtly guiding their decisions on what comes next. This is another example of the interactive scene. None of you would have seen this side to side because only one of them would have been triggered while watching. So like the example above, if the users pay enough attention to the mirror next to Julian to trigger the interactivity, then the Maggie's ghosts appear in the scene. Like this, and learn more about Julian's inner agony. Because only one is shown on the audience, they don't even know why it's triggered or not triggered, the interactivity. Every audience asks, like, what was supposed to be interactive after the end of the movie, and then after a quick explanations of what the concept is, the initial negative feedback turned into positive. Some left a note that they want to come back to watch again to trigger different interactivity. This concept of an interactive movie is unprecedented, and perhaps due to the nature of the past use of the cavern, there were two different audience types. One is the passive users, and the other is the active viewers. The passive viewers treat it like watching a regular movie in a theater, and the feedback from them were much positive, and they felt more immersed. However, the active viewers, they found it more difficult to stay focused. Some even explained motion sickness. They approached it more like a game or LBE. Because it's a new concept of an interactive movie, the way we introduced it made a huge difference. In the end, the best approach was to just say nothing at all. Just simply saying like, this is a short film, enjoy the show, and then we'll talk afterwards. They gave us the best feedback, especially avoid using the word interactive was the key. The vocabulary misguided users the most. And the targeting passive viewers was primarily mentioned in our HASP presentations. I think our design fulfilled our goal very well. And now, she's going to talk about the tech.
So to translate real-world health movement to screen interactions, we use the overall sensor data to track head and positions in 3D space. We converted space coordinates to UV texture coordinates. Think of it like stretching a grid over the cavern screen. This enables precise interactions triggered based on gaze location. So these are their interaction boxes, and if the user look at them at the right time, it will trigger an interaction. So we also implemented a moving average algorithm that stores the last n positions value in a queue and calculate the moving average. This results in making the gaze tracking more smoother and stable, and it helped with making the interactions intentional, not accidental. So the entire film was divided into video clips that were put together in Unity, independent on what the user chose, what path, and what interaction was triggered. We improve the transitions from manual tracking to a scriptable object-based system and streamline the management of 40+ video clips and enabling dynamic scene transition. Each scene was defined as a self-contained scriptable module which stored video clips, screen coordinates, timer delays, and next node reference, which helped with our nonlinear storyline. This helped with making the pipeline more efficient by eliminating manual clip assignment mismatches. And also it was faster prototype because we could update any video clips that had been later added with color grading and audio. And for the guest experience, we have the opportunity to iterate after Playtesting Soft. And in Thursday, April 24, we had a premiere event with ETC students and guests, and we showed them the result of our semester project and thanked them for the involvement making the film possible. We also have recorded data based on user interaction. So 47% chose Nova's pad and 52% chose Julian's pad, which shows a near even narrative appeal, validating balanced design, which is our intended purpose with this project. And this is more data that we recovered. This is the users that use Julian's pad, and this is the users that use Nova's pad. Each pair is an interaction point where the blue bars are the interactions that were triggered, and the orange are the bars that were not, instances where the bars were not triggered. And this data shows that our project is indeed an interactive piece. This also shows the versatility in the final experience in a lot of users, even though each user was watching the same film and both paths had the same ending. We can see the branching narratives that the user experience in our project. And now to Jose for the conclusion.
So the cavern has a unique and unexplored film visual language. Testing for the film project is different, and nothing can be changed after the actual shoot. And showing prototypes of how interactive systems work with the current tech early on can demonstrate advantages and limitations of the technology and help iterate faster. And with that, we thank all these amazing people, and we are open for questions.
The choice idea, so were the users, the players, did they come into it with blind choices? That they didn't know which one to choose? Or have you thought about giving them that choice as well?
That's true. They're making unconscious choices in the very beginning because from the research, the current interactive movies that we all have is like, it makes the choices directly making the choices by either clicking or making choices at the middle of the movie. And actually is very disturbing on the movie experience itself because people just wanted the flawless movie experiences and there always was hindrance of it. So we kind of blended in between the flawless choices of the decisions embedded into the movie.
Well, it would have been interesting if you allowed people to make choices whether more people would have choose one or the other. Interesting idea.
Sorry, can you repeat the questions again? What?
It's not a question. I'm just saying that if you had allowed people to make choices, that it would have been interesting what the results would have been, whether it would have been skewed one way or another. Right now, they're pretty much down the middle, pretty even.
Mm-hmm.
On my way.
So mostly your focus in this is talking about the challenges of the cavern, and you explained them very well. The part for me that stands out the most is this notion of the subconscious choices and your decision to not even tell people that this is an interactive experience, is there any precedent for that? Do you know of any experience that has ever done that before?
No, it's not. This is the very first trial of the experiment. All the research was under the name interactive movies were the interactive movie that we know of. That's why early in the pitch that I said using the word interactive actually misguided people.
Yeah. No, I just want to call out that like the nature of this pioneering work, which is so pioneering, you don't even have a name for what this is.
We call it immersive movie.
Because we were iterating towards, I guess we were iterating the entire time during the project. So the interactive goal, I guess it was revealed to us as we moved onwards with the project. And towards the end, I actually presented to one viewer, and I told them that you kind of get your own version of the movie but I won't tell you like how, just watch it, and then, but your version is gonna be a little bit different from anybody else who walks in. And that person really kind of was really intrigued. And then after the experience, I told them that because you looked at the window, the ghost of Maggie appeared, and that soothed Julian a little bit. And if you didn't look there, Julian would have been more angry and threw the flowers on the funeral to the ground. And the audience member also became very intrigued by us revealing that part to them.
Okay, thanks.
And for me, this is just more of a comment. It's like, now that I've seen this, I just want more, all right? I want more kind of reinforcement. You know, I think about facial expressions and how many times I've watched a film where someone does something and then either my body is like supportive of what they did, is like, yeah, that mobster just whacked that guy, he deserved it, or you're kind of like nodding, or like, yeah, or you're disgusted by some type of action and you're like this. And I wondered then, like, how does that unravel even more? And so I think it's more just about looking and letting the target hit. I think as you start playing with technology, you think about facial recognition, the smile, the smirk, the disgust, how those things could be triggered to kind of like subtly in the background start weaving and pushing the stories here and there.
I think another way to explain your question or comment is, if I do this, well, I know where I predicted that you were going to catch it, and you unconsciously choose one arm or the other, as long as you catch it, as long as you watch the film. Kind of makes sense that way. Simpler way of explaining it.
That was a bold move.
More questions? Over there.
I'll be quick. Can you talk about the story writing challenges, or writing a story that is so subtly influenced by the viewer? You had two paths, but it didn't diverge so much that it's a completely different thing, but it had to be different enough. And I would suppose that that presented to the writer some headaches. Can you just talk about some lessons learned from that experience?
My background is actually traditional filmmaking, so I have never written anything interactive in my life. All my stories are meticulously paced. I have full control over the characters and what happens to them, and for me, it's almost blasphemous to kind of give away that control initially. So I knew right away that I wanted to write a story where the ending is the beginning. And that would kill the idea that there would be branching endings, just because I feel like that defeats the purpose. It's hard to like hone in on what the message of the story is, or a single theme, because when you kind of like let it branch so much. And also it's my own lack of expertise in the interactive realm. And then afterwards, so what we did was that I was working with the interactivity designers, I was working with the team, and we added layers to it. So rather than starting with like something that was very abstract, we started with a single linear storyline. And then we decided, like, how can we weave it so that rather than a tree, it would look more like a bowl. So you kind of have like a fuller stomach where you can explore a little bit more, but at the end you still end up at a single point. But the experience would be different still because you would get different levels of depth in the individual characters, and the theme would still be the same theme. And yeah, that was difficult to do, but we did it step by step, so it wasn't like what we started out doing.
If I just add one more thing on top of that, as an interaction designer here, one of the biggest challenges in interaction design was like, I have a UX design background, but then a lot of the UX materials are reused like visual languages, but then this one does not have like a zero UI. And then I had to use a lot of like stories, cinematography, layouts, all that as a visual language, and somehow blend it well into the user experience into it. That was the biggest challenge on my end.
Great work. Contrast, movement, faces. This is live.
try loading it. Like, you try clearly everything. And see what the run feels like. Just to give it that, like, just feel out the timing.
Yeah, 5.8 is great.
What?
Is there a way to like use pause to give someone
I'm a little nervous about having, I guess, you can try it. I guess I'm going to talk to the team right now. You need to ask them. Yeah.
There's not a lot of people today. 人不多。
我觉得大家可能都去看第一天了。
哎，所以说这个无所谓，放飞自我。
就不能太放，不能太。
No problem. We're ready?
All right, ready to start?
Yeah, we're ready.
Expression.
Okay, so hello everyone. Today we're going to present our expression project on freedom, speech, and inclusive campus. Our team my name is Lutom, and this is Mo, Jack, Kylan, Jiwon, and Ann. And our faculty advisors are Brenda and Rolf. Our faculty consultant is Jessica Hammer. So our project subject matter expert is Richard Shines, and he is the Dean of Dietrich College of Humanities and Social Science. For our project deliverable, we want to deliver an interactive narrative-based dating simulator, which shifts the perspective on the free speech on the campus by educating them on the legal, obviously legal, social, and academic aspect. Our target audience is CMU students. For our game, we have two transformational goals. First is to help students who are oblivious about the free speech law getting informed about the different perspective on the constitution and the policy. We decided to approach this goal with the idea of a dating sim. Therefore, we designed three characters, Lawrence, Norma, and Polly, that represent three components of enforcing a free speech environment: law, social norm, and CMU policy. In the dating game setting, player can compare and contrast these characters' perspectives and eventually decide who they want to date. Our second transformational goal is that we want to help students feel less intimidated by this complex topic and feel more comfortable when talking about free speech with others. Therefore, a dating simulator can further enhance the scope by providing students a familiar environment, which is CMU campus, but with the psychological distancing since the scenario in the game is purely hypothetical. Although everyone knows that physically we can date law, social norm, and policy, we can still transfer our knowledge and opinions into the game and acquire new knowledges at the same time, given the realistic context in the game such as CMU policy, which exists in the real world. Now we would like to show you our demo to get a general feeling of our game.
Now I will talk about our design principles. So for our design statement, we aim to design an audience-friendly game on a serious topic. We have 4 main mechanics in the game: choice-making, plot branches, visual guidance, and learning curve. Players shape the story by making choices that solve in-game controversies. Each decision affects preference points, leading to different character endings. Dialogue provides key knowledge, while character, environment, and UI visuals help keep the player immersed throughout the experience. Choice-making is core to the learning experience. Players engage in active learning, using clues from the dialogue and environment to make informed decisions, gradually building knowledge through gameplay and not instruction. The player's journey is divided into 2 days. First, we have the big auditorium incident, followed by the character dates and the review quiz. And in the second day, we have the courtroom debate, followed by the game endings. The events highlighted in yellow are where the player makes most of the learning through dialogue and choice-making. In the first day auditorium event, players experience a heckler's veto firsthand. Heckler's veto is when an audience shouts down a controversial speaker until they can no longer continue. In our case, students silence a professor after he makes offensive comments. And in the first day, we also have the review quiz. It is a short quiz that lets the players reflect on the topic they have learned. And in the second day, we have the courtroom debate, where all the characters share their perspective on the auditorium incident, and the player helps them decide how to tackle the situation. This helps the player understand the characters' perspectives, and here the player has different action choices to tackle the problem that range from agreeing and disagreeing with the characters to formulating their own perspective. Every choice opens new branches in the story. This structure encourages replayability, inviting players to revisit decisions, explore different outcomes, and experience new storylines and endings. The replayability mainly comes from the first day character dates and the different endings that the player can get. After the first day auditorium event, the player gets texts from all 3 characters asking to hang out, but can only spend the afternoon with one. Whoever the player to hang out with does have impact in the gameplay as well as the concepts that are introduced. Lawrence talks about legal free speech aspects, Norma talks about social media and censorship, and finally, Polly talks about academic freedom and school policy. Now, Anne will talk about our endings and our characters.
And finally, we have the endings. We ended up with 5 different ones. 3 character endings, which happen when you favor any of the 3 characters too much, and 2 special endings that happen when the player balances the affection points. Character and environment visuals enhance immersion, while the world minimum UI helps players to stay focused on what really matters, the dialogue and the decisions. Together, these elements increase emotional connection and make learning feel more natural and rewarding. To encourage players to engage with the game in a relaxed and more willing manner, we chose a cartoon style for the character design. Midway through development, we received some concerns from the faculty regarding the character art. We took their consideration and put the characters into the actual playtest. The feedback from players is very positive. They do think Law is steady and sharp as Lawrence. And we added some sprites for the dating scene, which happens in the fencing club, where Lawrence will wear a fencing suit. Norma is charming and bubbly, just like social norms. We also asked sprites for Norma. As a representation of social norms, she would definitely wear formal outfit when participating in a courtroom debate. So we created several different sprites for her. Finally, Polly, all the classic color palette and CMU elements, reveals their strong stand for CMU and the loving and helping heart for students. These are the new sprites we created for Polly. We removed the armband to avoid a cultural misunderstanding based on our playtesters' feedback. So finishing the character part, let's talk about the environment. The environment is designed all based on the actual CMU campus, which builds a more engaging environment for our target audience, the CMU students. As you can see, this is the fence, and this is the student dorm. We put some Scotty stickers over here. Walk to the Sky Statue, the Hunt Cafe, GSA Assembly Room, and the Weekend Gym. Now I hand over to Kylan to talk about the playtest and iteration.
So for playtest, we have conducted over 60 playtests over various occasions, including the playtest night, playtest day, and GDC. Our playtesters range from a high school student to adults, and we collect feedback through surveys and interviews. The following slides highlight some typical feedback we received and the iteration we made in response. So we received affirmation and suggestions in every aspect. Regarding the narrative or the plot, some phrasing was confusing to player. One example is when Polly introduced Lawrence in the prologue. Originally, we set up Lawrence as Polly's stepbrother, which is a metaphor for the relationship between law and school policy. However, this setting was not mentioned in the later plot. That's why it felt unnecessary. And our solution to this is remove this setting, and we also adjust the wording of the entire prologue to make it feel more natural, and we also highlight the different personality traits for each character in the prologue. Regarding the information-related content, some players thought they had learned new things, while others said some content was not clear to them. The concept that caused the misunderstanding was the content-neutral security fee. Our initial wording was rather rigid, explain what a content-neutral security fee is, but it felt unnatural in the context of the incident. We have rewrite the dialogue for this concept to make it more reasonably integrated into the story. For example, we had Norma say that we should have charged him extra, which led to Polly explaining why we can't charge security fee based on speakers' views. In terms of choices, players like the humor in the dialogue choices. However, some players felt that the player agency was not strong enough. In the second day's content, there are places where players need to choose twice in a row. A key frustration is that
Players couldn't revisit earlier choices. Some players want to explore all the options before they can choose. So to support the player agency, we added a reconsider button in the second choice layer. Now, after picking an option, player can backtrack and choose differently before confirming their choices. Also, for information or knowledge-based choices related to the topic of freedom of speech, we also provide I have another question option for players who want to explore more on this topic.
Playtesters like the UI and visuals for helping them understand the content, but some gameplay still lacked guidance, especially around invite rules and dorm progression. Here's how we addressed them. Playtesters were confused because they didn't realize they could only accept one invite during day 1 afternoon, so some expected to try multiple invites after completing the first one. To address this, we added a dialog prompt with the phone UI to clearly communicate the mechanic, ensuring the players understand they can only date one person at a time. This helps clarify the rule and its consequences. Another issue was the confusion about finishing the quiz before moving to day 2. Playtesters often miss this step, leaving them stuck in the dorm, unsure of how to proceed. The clip shows how players clicked around but didn't realize they needed to finish the quiz first. And our solution was to disable the phone interaction until the quiz complete. And if the player turn off the phone, they're asked whether they want to end the day. If they choose no, they can keep browsing the phone.
In terms of UX UI design, there were a total of 4 iterations draft done after more than 5 rounds of playtesting. To briefly mention about the UI style, the overall design mood remained kept minimalistic in order to make players focus on reading the narratives rather than being distracted by the creative elements on screen. Warm tone colors were adapted to fit the seriousness of the game and for better readability. One of the revisions after the feedback is adding dialogue history within the game. Since there would be some people who get distracted and want to take a look at the dialogue again when making choices, dialogue history feature elevated usability for these kind of players. For the players who want to experience multiple endings, we also implemented skip button to help them jump to the choice-making part and made the play faster. The phone is basically a core feature in the game where player can both get engaged with the characters and review their learning throughout the day. The phone system has gone through many iterations as well. While the initial version for Affection Progress Tracker was a progress bar, it has changed into hearts to visually highlight that it's a metrics of the preference point from each characters. Also, to increase engagement, minor player interactions were added in the forum so that players can read through the comments and like or dislike the comments. Now we've covered our process, let's talk about our reflection and achievement. Reflecting on the project, blending informative aspect of the game was a key mission. Based on our feedback survey, after playing our game, 29 out of 30 players answered that they were able to understand the concept of freedom of speech better than before playing. Also, the players praised about well-written narrative, flow, and phrasing. 27 out of 30 participants answered the narrative was clear enough. On top of that, scoping the game down to 2 days, which was initially 6 days, was a great choice to ensure completion and maintain good quality. Ultimately, our teamwork was a cornerstone of the satisfaction from the players. We had a strong team, each member being supportive to each other. Besides what we've achieved, we also are aware that most character interactions are revolved around opinion discussions. This was also reflected in some player feedback that they wish to have more romantic relationship with characters they want to date in order to receive more emotional rewards. Also, more contents that we originally planned could be added in the future to improve overall quality of the game. And in pre-production phase, research about the contents would have been done more efficiently, leaving more time for actual production. Furthermore, we're planning to submit Serious Play conference happening this August. Thank you for listening, and now we are open to questions.
So I think this is a really clever idea, and I feel like you've stumbled into a interaction goldmine when you talk about how personal relationships and political views can be in conflict. Let me role play an idea. If I was your designer and I suggested that you articulated the offensive statement that the professor made explicitly, I'll pull two out of my thin air. I can't imagine where I get these from. Free Palestine, free the hostages. Two different statements that are designed to drive emotional responses from the player. Would you say yes, let's do that, and why? Or would you say no, we shouldn't do that, and why? Because I feel like you missed the whole point of the offensive statement is what gets people's blood boiling, right? And then you put the player in this emotional state that you want them to be in. But I recognize that saying those two things can cause a lot of trouble, right? So game designers always cause trouble, so that's what I would say. Like, let's do that. Why or why not?
So that was something that we actually discussed at the beginning of the semester, because yeah, we have a big range of controversial topics for the auditorium event, right? And one of the topics that we discussed was Palestine, or there were others that immigrants, and ultimately we decided to choose, specifically for this project, a topic that we were the narrative designers and game designers familiar with, so we were informed enough to talk about the controversial topic and it wouldn't sound insensitive or ignorant.
What was the controversial topic?
Transphobia.
Did you have two different viewpoints?
Yes.
And it would be great to show data and responses to that specifically. Like, I would have loved to have seen this in your presentation, because that's the heart of what we're doing, right?
Thank you, that's great feedback.
If I understand the structure of the game right, the player has the ability to choose to date these different characters, yes?
Yes.
Did you find that the sexual orientation of the players had any influence on who they chose to date or not date in the game?
Actually, I think it's funny because we realized after asking like our friends and other playtesters at the beginning of the game which character they liked best visually, and after they ended the playtest, which character they ended up liking the most. And it ended up switching mainly on the viewpoints of the characters, regardless of the person's original sexual orientation.
Okay, thanks.
You picked a pre-existing game genre to sort of like structure your mechanics. I'm kind of curious, when you were designing for transformation, were there aspects of the dating simulator that you felt were especially good for transformation? I'm kind of curious, were there any aspects of the dating sim that were kind of hard for transformation?
Yes, definitely. First is that dating sims tend to be more silly, and this is a serious topic, so we had to balance it, and it meant doing a lot of back and forth in the narrative and testing what worked and what didn't. Other than that,
So basically, we also want the player to like be more engaged with like the character relationship in general. But sometimes like players' own opinion might conflict with one of the character they really want to date. So it's like a conflict between the romantic preference versus like the opinion like preference. So sometimes when they on the court debate, which is on the second day, they might have like a hard time choosing which character they actually want to date. So there might be a little bit like romantic preference controversy over here. But we're trying to resolve that by like not letting player just like adding more interaction with the character in person instead of like something that's really more on the political or like more free speech related topic, so that player can understand character in a more interpersonal way.
Thank you.
Isn't it? Oh, yeah.
It's not.
Yeah, you're right. Go to slideshow. Okay, yeah, good size. All right. Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming. We're Team Towards, and we're very excited to show you what we've been working on. Here are our team members and their roles. Thank you to Mike for guiding us as project instructor, as well as Tom for helping as project consultant. We'd also like to give a special thanks to these 3 local organizations. We visited the National Road Museum and Sea Rights Toll House before halves, and they were great resources for our historical research. The Brownsville Perennial Project and their Portals project also provided us with a 3D scanned model of Sea Rights Toll House, which we prominently used in our app. This semester, we developed an AR phone game based on the historic National Road, which was the first highway in the US built in the early 19th century. We created a 10-minute gameplay experience that can be played in any flat, open outdoor area. Our app immerses players into a slice of life on the National Road, teaching them about the work and challenges that went into traveling along the road in the 1840s, as well as how the road was built and maintained. To develop for an AR platform, we utilized Niantic's spatial platform for Unity, mostly using their semantic layer detection feature. We had 3 goals that we set out to accomplish with our project. First, we wanted to create an immersive AR experience that convincingly takes place in this chosen historic setting. This is a major reason why we opted to create an outdoor life-scale experience. Our second goal was to explore and discover engaging interactions in AR which are thematically linked to the National Road. Finally, we wanted to provide some educational value by teaching players some relevant historical content. Now we'll go into more about the gameplay design. Here's the outline of the design that we had at halves. We kept some of these mechanics and story elements, but we made some significant adjustments based on issues that we encountered translating this into AR. The main issue is that the area that we intend our app to be played in is too small to render a whole town. If we have a lot of large game objects, this can cause performance issues on a phone, and game objects can easily clip into real-world objects in AR. Additionally, all of our interactions take place outside, and we don't have anything inside of our decorative building models. So we decided to render at most 1 building per scene in AR to limit the number of large obstacles. Our final design has several modular AR scenes, each being a small slice of a larger environment. The game is centered around the Toll House building and some surrounding road and forest areas. We ended up not including a whole town because we realized it was unnecessarily complicating our story and increasing our scope, and we could still create a very engaging experience without it. We also honed in on the year 1840 and framed the main gameplay as one day in the life of a traveler, rather than trying to span several decades in one story. We provide more context about the decades before and after 1840 and that history through our onboarding and offboarding. So now let's go into a walkthrough of the whole experience.
To establish time and place, we start the players off with an introductory diary. In the game, you're an immigrant who's traveling from Cumberland to Wheeling in 1840s in seek of fortune in the unknown western frontier in the United States.
In the first scene, you found your wagon stuck into the mud, and you are trying to get it out of the mud. And then, here comes our first interactions, where a player can swiping on the ground to flatten the road. And after you're doing this, you're trying to push the wagon on behind, but you find it stuck too deep, so you have a passenger for help. And then the passenger told you that he needs to go to the toll house first, and then it translates to our second scene. We also have an interactive map that you can get a bigger picture sense of where you are in our world.
Our next thing is the Searai Toll House, which was an important building on the national road for collecting tolls from the travelers. We got this model from a high school located in Brownsville, Pennsylvania. They did a detailed 3D scanning of the toll house in their Portals project. We asked the players to help the NPC to collect tolls when they're in this toll house scene, so they can experience how this was done at the time.
To collect tolls, players need to choose the correct answer among the options we provided. We made various animations for the animals and human characters so they look believable when players get close to them. We also want to show the importance of the livestock in people's life during that time by doing this.
In our third scene, you're helping a logger to collect some woods that will be chopped into the wood planks and using for paving the road. You are able to walk to each trees and cut them down and bring the logs back to the NPCs. And the wagon will fill up with the wood plank while you're doing that. After this, everyone you helped will help you to push the wagon. And then we end our experience in front of the toll house with everyone celebrating. We also have more information on the map you can explore with an AR object of a mile marker.
So to summarize, here's the outline of our final design. Our app has improved a lot since even soft opening, so we'd like to invite anyone who's interested to sign up and play it tomorrow morning at the open house. We sent out an email yesterday, so please check your inbox. Next, let's talk in more detail about our process and evaluate how well we succeeded in accomplishing our goals. Our first goal was creating a convincing AR environment that effectively communicated the historical setting and immersed the player in the time period. We primarily addressed this goal through our visual design.
Okay, so first, the UI design is based on the objects and elements of the time, such as the actual records of rates of toll. We use these visuals to let users understand and the culture of the time and immerse them more deeply into the game's era. Second, since our many players, they are not very familiar with AR games, so we design many different UI icons to guide users and also show much objects are interactive. Third, we believe that helping users understand the national road and its connection to the present can bring them closer to it. So we combine the old vibe UI with the narrative so the user can easily feel and understand the story.
Next, I'm going to talk about the environment art. We created different terrains in Unity for different things of our project. This is the terrain prefab we made for the toll housing. This is how the entire terrain looks like that will be rendered in the interactive map scene for our game. One of the 3D models we created for the environment was the mile marker. This is how the mile marker looked like in Pennsylvania.
These are the 4 human characters we're using. We bought those online and we do the rigging and animation for each of them. We made different idle animations so they're more visually appealing in the game. During earlier playtests, we received feedback that those characters looked lifeless. To improve that, we made simple facial animations, including talking and blinking, so they're convincing when players interact with them. And this is the cattle's idle and walk cycle animation. We made a complex rig for it and tried to make the animations as realistic as possible because we found most players want to have a close-up view on them during playtests. We also made adjustment to the character walk cycle so they can work together nicely. This is how we use the horse we finished before half. We have a character riding a horse and a horse wagon. Both look nice in the AR mode and receive positive feedbacks during playtests.
Our second goal is to create fun and engaging AR interactions. And we majorly achieve it through programming and tech. To deliver engaging AR experience, we designed our interactions based on playful and intuitive actions on the phone. And there are 2 actions we majorly focus on, which is swiping and tapping. And we have a system that detects these inputs and sending signals to AR objects in the game by recasting. These AR objects are inherited from a class called interactables, and they can handle these signals by their own behaviors. This code structure has very good modularities, which allow us to iterate it very fast. And here's our interactions of flattening the road by swiping on the ground. We use Unity terrain to achieve these effects which allows us to have a very realistic mud textures. However, it causes some issues in AR because the terrain is rigid and cannot be rotated. Here are the interactions of cutting trees. It has two different types of interactions, if you are typing or swiping. And in these interactions, we add in animations, sound effects, and particles to make them feel more playful. We also have a quest system that tracks players' tasks and updates when you are making progress, so players are less likely to get lost in our experience.
To seamlessly transition between different AR scenes, our interactive map shows players where to go and also gives them a full view of the story locations. So here's the map after you finish the forest scene and are about to go push the wagon. The map will update as the player completes quests to show new informations for the next scene as well as the character's updated locations. So here is it at the end of the game. And then here's how we facilitated transitions into AR scenes and addressed the major downside of terrain, which is that we can't rotate scenes to account for how players are actually facing. So when players click on an AR scene in the map, we prompt them to walk to a specific spot and guide them as to which direction to face. Without this feature, players would often spawn facing the wrong way with all the important objects behind them, which was a major source of confusion. This transition system also helps us deal with any technical issues that stem from how Niantic's package detects the ground. Since our app has no way to tell if the scene is actually accurately aligned to the real-world ground, we allow players to just choose to rescan the area and reset where the scene shows up, which prevents them from getting stuck and unable to progress if the scene shows up in an awkward location.
Our final goal was to weave in relevant historical facts and educational information wherever possible. This was achieved primarily through our narrative. Here's an example dialogue in which we didn't just state the task clearly, but also match the speaking tone of how people spoke in the 1840s. We tried to add as much historical information as possible as marked in red in the script. We also paid special attention to the different speaking tones from people with different identities. For instance, the doctor in the game is more educated, so he's more polite and tends to use long, difficult sentences, whereas the logger is more colloquial when he talks. But due to the limitation of showing large blocks of context on a tiny screen, we cannot add too much information in the dialogue. So we add some digital notes in the game, marked with an information icon. The historical facts we provided are strictly associated with the story, texts, and buildings in our game for emphasis and reinforcement. We also have a link in our credit that redirects the player to the page on our website to check all the historical information we used in our game.
So we'll talk about how we use playtesting to get feedbacks and iterate our game. Over the semester, we conducted 6 formal playtest sessions to see if our experience meets our goals and to find ways to further enhance the gameplay and the overall experience. We synthesized our feedback into 3 main categories. First, users really want us to add more historical content in the game, so we added digital panels and injected more history into the dialogue. As a result, our players now have a clear idea of the historical setting instead of just calling our experience an AR game with an old vibe. Second, feedbacks show that users want AR interactions be less abstract, which means that users don't know why they are doing certain actions. So we shortened the story about getting your wagon free from the mud and asking people for help, rather than only flattening the road. Third, users also want to figure out what to do easily. That's why we expanded the quest book, carefully scaffolded the information on the map, guided players on where to look, added exclamation icons to highlight important dialogue, and so much more. From our surveys, we can tell users are more satisfied with the user experience. Last week, we also sent our project to the team at the Bronzeville Perennial Project, who provided us with the model of Seawright Toll House. They were very enthusiastic about our work, and they think our project is a compelling application of digital preservation technology.
Our game is expandable in 3 ways. One is to add more tasks in our game for the players to experience actual activities taken by the travelers on the national road before. Second is to add more scenes. We already made a scene of a whole town. Therefore, we could expand the story to be not just one day of a traveler, but the whole lifespan of him. Last, we could add more NPCs and more diginodes in the game so that people could learn more. We're also discussing the plan to send our project to the National Road Museum and also publish it on Google Play Store. Yeah. Thank you. Here's a summary of our presentation. That's all about it. Thank you for listening.
You probably said this, so I apologize. Where is this being used? What is the target audience?
Yeah, so we don't have a very specific target audience for the educational value we want to provide. We aim for it to be accessible for middle schoolers or high schoolers. So potentially it could be used somewhere like the National Road Museum or just a classroom setting. But we don't have anything very, very specific for that.
So it's not a deliverable to anyone?
No, yeah, we don't have a specific client.
Right, thank you.
I know a lot of groups struggle with phone-based AR. If you could have done this with headset, do you think that would have been better? Or do you think that the phone-based AR was serviceable for what you created?
I think it won't just simply call it better, because for our experience, it's a very accessible experience that you can just play with an Android phone on any open place outside. And also, we designed our interactions specifically with the AR experience, because we're using like the input system on the phone, and we're detecting typing and swiping are very good, so we know the difference between two interactions, and we handle it like differently. So I think this is a specific experience designed for phone AR, and it cannot just be better if you put it on a headset. It will just very different.
Yeah, I think I agree with what Yu Chen said, just to add on to that. I think we definitely, would have had to change our interactions a lot if it was in a headset. We did notice in playtesting at first, a lot of people actually were sticking their hand out in front to try to interact with the AR scene, and we had to really reinforce that all of the interactions are through the phone screen. So I think it could be a compelling, separate project to try doing it with a headset. I think it would also alleviate some of the issues with glare on the phone screen and things like that. But I think they just have different strengths and weaknesses in that regard. Thank you.
Hello everyone, we're Team Exceller, and welcome to our final presentation. This is our team. I'm Jack, this is Lawrence, Alex, Jean, James, and also our amazing project instructor and consultant, Dave and Charles. Our team's first goal is to explore the interactive possibilities of using breathing as a game mechanic. We followed our strategy of pattern, prototype, and reflection during halves, and explored 6 breathing patterns as well as 8 breath-driven actions, which will be explained later. Our team's second goal is to inspire future developers to incorporate breathing into more traditional gameplay. Our final deliverable is a 15-minute gameplay consisting of 3 main components. The first component is 8 breath-driven actions using 6 breathing patterns. The second component is 7 environmental visual indicators, including tubes, particles, and so on. And the third component is 2 integrated alternative controls, including a wind sensor and a respiration belt. Now let's watch our demo video together.
Welcome to Exhaler.
Welcome to Exhaler, a virtual reality game exploring breathing as a mechanic. Players are first prompted with simple breathing patterns on the monitor to introduce their breath control. What you're seeing is one of our 2 sensor systems reacting to the player's breathing instantaneously. We also introduced diegetic feedback shown here by the glowing tubes.
Next, the player
exits the facility in order to fully start the breathing exploration in the game. These particles also react to your inhaling. Players are challenged to match the breathing pattern to unlock doors to the next area. This further familiarizes the player with the breathing. In this area, players have to crouch to avoid detection by the enemies, while also using a shallow breathing pattern. If the player goes above the breathing pattern threshold, then the enemy will be alerted, making the player start over. We also added diegetic feedback via torchlight.
After the sneaking level,
players dive into water to avoid enemy fire. We implemented a holding breathing pattern to further immerse the player. If they breathe in under the water, the oxygen amount will reduce, usually causing you to drown. Breathing in above the water will fill your oxygen meter. After finishing the first half of the experience, players can catch their breath and blow flowers in a calming field.
At the start of the
second half, players can blow fans to activate bigger fans in a puzzle level. These fans react to the environment, like this example of the player being blown up.
At the finale of our experience,
players equip a magical bow that, when their breath is held, adds a magical wind charge to the arrow. These charge arrows can activate the fans to further continue the puzzle. And for the enemies, they get knocked back by the wind charges, resulting in the player finishing the experience.
During halves, one of our focuses is to enhance immersion using breathing. But after halves, we shifted our focus from immersion into inspiring future developers to incorporate breathing into more traditional gameplay. So why did we change our focus? Doing playtesting, we found it difficult to isolate whether the sense of immersion came from the VR experience or from the breathing interaction itself. Players often focus on other aspects of the game, and breathing no longer felt like a central part of the experience. Despite making some progress before halves with hardware and movement to enhance immersion, we found it difficult. We realized that addressing game design issues alone wasn't able to create the experience that we envisioned. Breathing itself, an input we initially know little about, emerged as a major blocker to achieving our immersive goals. As a result, we conducted 9 rounds of playtesting with over 50 playtesters after halves, focused specifically on identifying and overcoming these blockers caused by breathing as a mechanic. While some challenges remain unsolved even now, this long-term iterative process has given us deeper insight into how breathing as a novel input can be incorporated into more traditional gameplay. Many times throughout the process, we found ourselves thinking, if we could redo some part of the project with what we already learn now, it will be so much better. And that's why we want to share the knowledge experience we have with future developers and players interested in breath-based gameplay, so that they can build on our work and push it even further.
So, before we continue, what are blockers? Blockers are a phenomenon of creating virtual reality breathing interactions. At the conclusion of our project, we advise future developers to clear all blockers in order to make a solid breathing interaction. Throughout the presentation, you will see them, and we'll elaborate more on them later.
Thank you, Alex. So let's take a look at our interesting first. So we turned what's called tedious calibration process into an engaging gameplay experience. While introducing players our unique breathing mechanic, we also established their identity within the game world. However, we encountered some major blockers here. One is learning, another one is hardware. So the hardware blocker had to do with the device and the data. In the intro scene, these hardware blockers such as belt placement, calibration process, and pattern matching will impact our gameplay experience and also the signal quality. And to address this, we ask players to place the belt between their chest and the belly. This can help balancing the differences between 2 different types of breathers. And to improve calibration process, we expand the range of the data, and also we focus on the main key metrics of the pattern matching to improve our data's stability and accuracy. And next was the learning blocker. It wasn't just about helping players understand the mechanic. It was about making sure they could succeed with it. So after several playtests, we discovered that allowing players to retry and also gradually increase the difficulty was the key, helping them overcome these challenges. So after resolving all those blockers, many players found the final pattern matching challenge was fun and helped them move on to our next section, which is unlock door. And after initial training, we used breathing instead of a traditional button press to open a door. We wanted this action to feel intuitive and also rewarding. At first, we want a player to open a door and to figure out how to open the door on their own. But unfortunately, they weren't quite sure what to do. So making the learning the main blocker in this section. At early stage of the playtest, players naturally tried inhaling or exhaling to open the door, while holding is less intuitive. That's why we shift our breathing pattern to use inhale to open the door. And to help players learn, we also introduced some traditional game cues, such as a hand icon prompting players to place their hand on the door, followed by a sound positive feedback to telling them they are on the right track. And finally, we reintroduced the breathing monitor from the intro to teach them step by step to complete the action of opening the door correctly. And so after those changes, players could successfully open the door using a correct breathing pattern. But this also remind us that a traditional game cues can help players to learn a new control of the game. So next, Lawrence will talk about our sneaking level.
Thank you. So after unlocking the first door, the player enters the sneaking focus level. The breathing design goal here is to encourage players to perform shallow breathing naturally, fitting a situation where they must hide and move cautiously around enemies. This level becomes one of our most challenging. We encounter 3 types of blocker: learning overload, hardware limitation as mentioned before, and the new one defined as body dissonance. Players' behavior is crucial in our design. My bad. It's fine. Okay. What did I say? Okay. So learning overload and hardware limitation as mentioned before, and the new one defined as body dissonance. And players' behavior is crucial in our design, and when players' real-world action feel correct and don't match the game's success criteria, becomes blocker. For example, some players move quietly but failed because of their diaphragm expanded too much as a shallow breathing threshold, or they stay exposed to the enemy too long with extra actions that didn't align with our design goal. We iterated multiple times. We defined that the feedback are not strong and clear enough, and they cause body dissonance with unexpected action. We add more elements, including clearer indicators for safe shallow breathing and smarter enemy AI that inform players' action to enhance sneaking experience aligned with our design. Over time, more players successfully pass the level, and better playtest results become one of our measure of success. And for hardware limitation, while crouching naturally expands the diaphragm that affects the belt, making detection of shallow breathing tricky and leads to an unsolved problem. But recognizing these hardware limits help us design more reasonable gameplays and smoother systems. For learning overload, an early example came from when we used candles as a diegetic feedback in the first iterations. And players wanted to blow them out, which is not aligning with our design goal. We replaced them with magical torches that the burning strength associated with the breathing detection and let players feel more empowered interacting with them. We also introduced visual elements like enemy alert status, red zones, and safe resting areas, balancing clarity with immersion to create more successful design. And to conclude this level, we succeed in delivering the emotions we wanted to gain more successful player when we gain more successful player when we encountered edge blockers. We also identified problems we couldn't completely fix, and it became valuable lessons for future design. And after the intense sneaking level, players transition into a diving scene, shifting a more realistic underwater experience focused on holding their breath and resurfacing when needed. And in this scene, learning overload and body dissonance appear again, but in a more general cognition way compared to sneaking. It's lagging. All right. Based on observation, there are some typical learning issues. Many players didn't realize they are supposed to hold their breath, and some found it difficult to hold long enough, and confused by the actual breathing status they are in. Also, for body dissonance, the main problem is our players don't physically feel lack of oxygen, but it turns out failure in our game. We solve this with clear breathing indicators, and bubbles appearing when exhaling, underwater fog that create immersion, sound effects, and stronger storytelling by combining other arts. The diving session received positive feedbacks. Players with real-world diving experience and those interested to it both enjoy the atmosphere. And while it still has a body dissonance problem associated with whether they could hold enough oxygen, which might affect the realism. But overall, it went well as a breathing-related game. We also developed the flower scene for player to rest with a very peaceful tone in between the diving level and the next one. The transition from intense to calm and simple in our level progression benefits our design a lot, so we keep it friendly in our design.
In our playtest data, players constantly wanted to blow onto something, and some of them even tried to blow down the wall in the intro scene. So here's blowing. The player physically blows into the wind sensor, and then the fan inside the scene will spin accordingly. We are able to achieve our design goal of making the player feel empowered and integrating it with a simple puzzle. So why does it work so well? It's simple, having only one action at a time and very intuitive. These are what we call enhancers that will help boost the experience if no blockers are present. In our final interaction, you play as an archer who shoots arrow with a wind ability. The ability allows you to shoot an enchanted arrow that has the power to activate fans and knock down enemies. However, some players struggle to learn that they must hold their breath for a short time before the release in order to get a desired effect. So we address this issue by separating the positive and negative feedback further apart from each other and making them obvious to a player. And that seems to solve the issue. So after resolving the learning blocker, using breathing as an enhancement to archery seems to work. We think that using breathing as a supporting mechanic in general might be a smart way to design around an interaction. And finally, this is pure epicness, so I don't have to talk much about it.
So what were our findings after creating this experience? Well, one of the things is that sometimes breathing interactions don't go to plan as we fully expect. For this example, this is our diving level and our archery level. They both use the same breathing pattern, but why did one work better than the other? The answer is less blockers. This brings us to our advice for developers, which is this fancy equation. For integrating breath control into virtual reality, we advise you to use this fancy equation. At the start, there's an initial design where you at least pick a breathing pattern, a gameplay idea, as well as a targeted emotion. Then you test it and make it. And we will assume that you will find blockers. And specifically, there are 3 blockers that we found. Body dissonance, which is the perceived breathing interaction given body interaction context is off. As well as learning is when the breathing interaction is correct, but people don't know exactly what to do and where. As well as hardware overload, which is when the sensor has too much sensor value from how the body is working, or we don't have a sensor to address something. Another example of blockers in practice is sneaking versus blowing. Sneaking was longer to develop because it had more blockers to clear. On the other hand, blowing had no blockers, so it was extremely easy to develop. This brings us back to the breathing equation. After you clear all the blockers, you either go and add enhancers, or you go back and you change the initial design, and then test again. Here are a few examples of enhancers. The first one is diegetic feedback via the glowing tubes. The second is positive reinforcement, like adding the graphic to the arrow, as well as one focus, which is blowing flowers. What will you see in the future? We will show you our final advice document on Wednesday to inspire future developers to create breathing interactions, as well as refining and submitting this to Alt Control at GDC. And we are Alex Heller. Thank you.
trying to wrap my head around of your use of the term blocker. It seems like you had solutions for the blockers. Did those solutions then make them, like, did that unblock the blockers, or did they continue to be blockers even though you had solutions?
So it really depends on each section. Our hardest section was the sneaking section, which had the most blockers out of everything. It had every single one. So it took a little bit longer to develop, which is kind of hard because we only have so much time. But what you generally have to do is go back to that initial design, right, and change it. For one of our examples is the candles at the start. We had a learning problem where people were, originally it was supposed to be a diegetic feedback, but people were trying to blow it out. So we go back and we're like, no, we have to change that, and then come back. And that solved removing the blockers.
Yeah, for some of the blockers, for example, the hardware doing sneaking, as developers, you can't really change the hardware. So there's only some ways that we can try to reduce the effect that the hardware blocker caused, but we can never eliminate them. Yeah.
Thanks. Of the blockers you have, which would you say is the most important one for someone looking to develop a breathing-based game to address? And what are the biggest barriers, do you think, to overcoming that blocker?
So I think it's kind of opinionated based on what you're trying to make. For us, I think the most common blocker that we had was either learning or body dissonance. We only had a hardware blocker in one scene, so yeah.
Yeah, learning is because breathing is a very new input, and what we expect players to have knowledge doesn't really apply to their understanding about breathing. And the different people have different understanding about breathing, and that's why this causes body dissonance issues. So what we need to do is actually to learn beforehand what do they think which breathing patterns they need to perform in what kind of actions. For example, some people may perceive sneaking as using holding instead of shallow breathing. And by doing all these surveys beforehand, we believe that we can achieve a better result.
I want to go back to the candles. You mentioned that you changed that, trying to give that diegetic feedback. I'm wondering why you didn't lean into that, because blowing out candles would be a reasonable thing to expect people to do, whereas having the torches change intensity based on my breathing is kind of like a non-natural or magical kind of effect. So I'm curious about the choices where you made to put something in the game that might not just be the natural thing that someone would do with their breath.
Okay, so our initial thing that we're trying to explore is the shallow breathing pattern. And so introducing the candles, once we first tested, was trying to do a blow interaction instead of the shallow breathing interaction. So we caused the break of it and changed the candle into a torch, because when at our first playtest, people would go up to it and try to blow them out. So the torch is something that you can't theoretically blow out, so it kind of breaks that type of thing and keeps it as diegetic feedback instead of the blowing interaction versus the shallow breathing interaction.
Yeah, I would like to add to that is that if the candles exist and other things that it's not about sneaking, then it will work, and we'll probably work around it and have it as an interaction. But it is specifically because the candle has something to our intuition about if we blow out the candle, maybe the enemies couldn't see us, and that interferes with our experience.
Yeah, and eventually we change the blow interaction, which blow candles turn into blow fire, and which is probably the most interesting thing according to the playtesters.
Thanks, team.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, we are the animation team Kaleido. Our team members are me, Sharon, Charlotte, Jessie, Eliana, and Frida. Our instructors are John and Ruth. We also have Ricardo as our consultant and Ayana as our subject matter expert. To summarize our project, it is a 3D animation that features one neutral version and 4 separate renders of the same story. We have 4 characters from different backgrounds, and each of the 4 character versions show how they experience the same event differently, reflecting how background can influence perception. Our primary goal is to apply visual storytelling techniques to our animation and create a proof of concept for workshops. The duration of each version of the animation is about 2 minutes. Since we have 1 neutral version and 4 character versions, the total content time is 2 minutes times 5. Our target audience is university students. With the help of our multi-perspective glasses and separate audio tracks, they will be able to experience each character's perspective individually. Here's how the technology works. The audience first purchased the neutral version without wearing the glasses, and all 4 headphones play the same neutral audio track. Then the 4 character versions are projected simultaneously. Each pair of glasses filters out one specific character's render, while each headphone plays the unique audio track corresponding to that character. We plan to use our animation project and technology in workshops such as DEI workshop. In the workshop, the audience will first watch the neutral version, then view the 4 character versions. Afterward, they will discuss which perspective they experienced and what different details they noticed. They will then further discuss how each character's background influences their feelings, encouraging reflection on bias and perception. For our demo, I will first play the neutral version. After that, I will walk you through special moments from each of the 4 character versions.
Okay, hello. My name is Luca, and I look forward to no.
It sounds so stiff.
It sounds so stiff.
Hi,
I'm Luca. I'm really excited to be working with you all.
Kaleido Studio. I guess this is the right place.
Hello, I'm Alex.
Hello, I'm Alex. How are you doing, Luca?
Hi, I'm Luca.
And I'm really glad to be here.
Hello.
My name is Luca, and I look forward to working together.
I'm Alex.
Hello, I'm Alex.
I'm Ian.
I'm an art major,
but I ultimately plan to pursue a career in game design.
I did do a game jam
last month, and that was a lot of fun. I thought joining a gallery project like this would be a good way to get into user experience design.
I'm sorry for being late. I ended up having to work over today.
That's okay. We were just getting started.
I'm Fiona. We met in class. Advanced pipeline. Right? Luca, right?
Yes, I am Luca, and this is Ian.
Hi.
Hello, Ian. And I'm Alex. Hello, Alex. I wasn't sure what to expect, so I compiled a list of icebreaker games to help us get to know each other. The first one is called the name game. We pick someone at random to say their name out loud. The next person continues, but after saying their own name.
Sorry.
No worries. Like I was saying, after they say their own name, they repeat the first person's name.
They say their name first and then repeat the other name?
Yes, this continues with each person repeating one more name.
Maybe we can all just talk a little about why we picked this project.
Sounds good.
Sure.
This is my first time creating a piece for the spring showcase.
Everyone has their own ideas, right? It would be interesting.
This is the special moment from the international student.
Okay, hello. My name is Luca, and I look forward to no.
It sounds so stiff.
Hi, I'm Luca. I'm really excited to be working with you all.
To say that out loud. The next person is called their own name.
Sorry.
No worries. Like I was saying, after they say their own name, they repeat the first person's name.
They say their name first and then repeat the other name?
Yes, this continues with each person repeating one more name.
And here is the ADHD special moment.
Help us get to know each other. The first one is called the name game. We pick someone at random to say their name out loud. The next person continues, but after saying their own name.
Next, we have the special moment from the introvert.
The next person continues, but after saying their own name.
Sorry.
No worries. Like I was saying, after they say their own name, they repeat the first person's name.
They say their name first and then repeat the other name?
Yes, this continues with each person repeating one more name.
Maybe we can all just talk a little about why we picked this project.
Sounds good.
Sure.
This is my first time creating a piece from the spring showcase.
The last one is the first gen special moment.
Hi, are you there? And red. Okay. Well, we're natural. We start with 9 and we're...
I wasn't sure what to expect, so I compiled a list of icebreaker games to help us get to know each other. The first one is called the name game. We pick someone at random to say their name out loud. The next person continues, but after saying their own name.
So for our characters, we created our characters in a DCC and brought it into the MetaHuman creator to generate the final rig. Since our team didn't have any dedicated riggers or hair artists, therefore using MetaHuman allowed us to quickly generate highly accurate facial rigs and realistic hair quickly. We needed 4 characters, and this pipeline was significantly faster than traditional methods. However, it did limit how stylized the final look could be. So for facial animation, we experimented with both LiveLink ARKit and MetaHuman Animator. So with LiveLink ARKit, we are able to preview in real time the animation. However, we decided to go with the MetaHuman Animator because it provided with more accurate facial capture, as well as it was more flexible. Because after we had the facial performance, we were able to reuse and retarget the animations onto any MetaHuman. So for clothes, we used Marvelous Designer. So it was made up of separate, the garment is made up of separate pieces, which did lead to some issues, and it was a bit hard to fix. Also, getting accurate skin weights was a bit of a challenge. So we did consider another method, which was baking the simulations directly in Marvelous Designer, which would provide with accurate cloth simulations. However, since it's baked, the cloth simulations are tied to the specific animations. And since our animations were frequently being updated, this would require us to rebake the animations each time we make a change, or it would cause some desyncing issues. Therefore, due to time constraints, we decided to go with the real-time cloth simulation method.
For our environment, we built things like a classroom, hallways, and a bus. And due to time constraints, we downloaded a few free planned assets, and we generated 30% of the assets using AI. We used triple 3D to generate. However, we realized that there are many errors in the model that AI generates, so we had to bring it into Maya and Substance Painter to remesh and repaint over some of the bugs in the texture. There are also assets that we couldn't find any reference image to generate it, and AI can now generate some low-polyed hard surface models very well, so we used Maya and Photoshop to make the rest of the 70% of assets.
So about the animation, the motion capture pipeline, we have scheduled 2 mocap sessions to record all our 4 characters' body animations. Then we ran through the process to retarget the markers data onto metahumans. We added the animation in Unreal's because it makes a lot of updates to their animation editors in version 5.4, which make it more accessible, including a feature called animation layer, which is new to UE, but it is a well-established feature in Maya. And in the end, we have a total of 21 different body animation. A challenge that we encounter during the process is that we find mocap does not work that well when our characters are confined in a limited space and doing like non-nuanced body movements. So there are numbers of breakthroughs with the environments and the body. So which is time-consuming to edit all of them. So eventually, we have decided only to edit the animation based on what we see in the camera.
And for the cinematography, after we put in all the assets and animations in the scene, we use Unreal Sequencer to film all of our animations. And the biggest challenge is about the scope, because we have 5 different animations to be rendered. And the solution is that we make the base version for the neutral perspective animation sequencer down first, and then we add the camera shots of the special moments of each characters add on to the base version. And in this case, we can help the audiences to better identify the differences between experiences of different characters at certain moments, as well as reducing the scope. And we also have lots of special effects applying to our animations, and the designing process is that we have interviews with interviewees first, and based on their answers, we list out the potential special effect list, and our subject matter expert chose the final VFX applying to our animations. And we have different methods for making the special effects. For example, the water effect here is using the Niagara system of Unreal. And this effect is to show that the introvert students is feeling overwhelmed in this embarrassing meeting. We also use After Effects to make some of other special effects, for example, the text effects for the international students, when the student was trying to practice in self-introduction and understanding others. We also have the text exploding and breaking when the students cannot understand others' words.
And we also developed a glitch shader to represent inner thought associated with ADHD and the sketch effect visualize anxiety experienced by the introvert. And we developed the cells, halftone, and chromatic aberration shader to support different perspectives. Due to time constraint and accessibility consideration advised by our subject matter expert, we didn't include that in our final rendering. And our subject matter expert provides guidance on character design to help avoid bias. The main feedback from the playtesting is the audio quality and some unnatural dialogue. We made improvements in the final renders. As for takeaways and challenges, the scope of this project is a bit too big. We have 5 renders and 4 characters to manage. And one of the major challenges was exploring different pipelines, such as creating AI-generated assets, navigating animation, and closing workflow for metahumans. And we realized that creating small finished demos early on and combine things sooner in the cinematography would have greatly streamlined this process. And here is our credit list. Big thanks to everyone who helped bring this project to life. And everyone is welcome to try out our glass experience of our product in the open house tomorrow. And that concludes our presentation. We are open to any questions.
How did you all arrive on the body language choices, which I thought were really effective, actually, in describing the characters? Did you talk with Brenda at all about that, or any subject matter expert? How did you choose the acting? One of you answer.
So for the acting, we first have the narrative and what happened during the meeting, and then we have ourselves as the motion capture actors because we understand the narrative better, and we just naturally act what we have learned from improv and add that to the meeting, and we assign each other with the characteristic, like I'm introvert or she's ADHD, and we act what we think that others may look like. And also we had interviews before with interviewees so we can better understand what we should act for that.
One thing I wasn't sure I understood was the nature of the audio. I understand everyone had the different glasses and was seeing different things. Are each of the 4 guests hearing different things as well?
Yes, the 4 headphones play each unique audio track of the characters simultaneously.
Okay. I would worry that would isolate them from each other more than you'd like, but I guess you have them put those on and then take them off for the discussion. Is that right?
Yeah, when you watch the animation, you need to put the glasses on and headphones on, and after finish watching the animation, you take off the glass and the headphone to have a discussion.
Okay. Did you think about having this shared audio, or did that not even come up?
For the neutral version, we have the shared audio. That means the 4 headphones play the same audio track. We can also have an audio player to play in the whole room. But for each character's track, we have a unique audio that needs to be played in the headphone.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks.
Did you have any data on outcome? Like how did people, the way they process different perspectives change after going through it? Did you get any feedback from people about any insights they had on the 4 archetypes?
Can you repeat that?
So you're showing 4 different perspectives, right? From introvert to foreign student, and my assumption is that you're trying to get the player, the audience, to have empathy for these different perspectives, like that they may not have had before. Did you get any direct feedback from audience participants on deeper understanding of these 4 different perspectives?
Yes, we asked them which character they think they are, and then gather some feedback on that, and then ask some people who do experience the same thing if they can relate to it, and then do some interviews based off that.
Thanks, team. That was the last project.
snakes are actually green now that I think about it. Green mangoes, a lot of like jungle snakes feels like such a weird niche to evolve. Well, no, like there are snakes that like hide in the forest more. I was thinking like in the U.S., like garter snakes and garden snakes and stuff are like beige and brown and red. They're rare snakes. Oh yeah, actually they're really thin ones, right? There's the really like pencil thin snakes that are kind of freaky.
Oh, they're cool. They're like strings. They're like the little worm things that you.
All right. Let's start the afternoon. We've got 3 final teams to present their final presentations. Again, 15 minutes a team, 5 minutes for questions. And with that, on your future, you guys ready? Yeah. All right. Let's do it. Actually, where's the All right. Are you ready? I'm ready now.
All right, hello everyone. Welcome back. We're Team Onion Future, and we're excited to show you our final project. This is the team again. And so as a refresher, our game, or our project, is to develop a vertical slice of a game that explores a variety of usages of the Playdate's unique controls. And the Playdate is, as you'll see over there, this unique small handheld console with a crank on the side developed by Panic in 2022. So now over to Ian for a live demo.
Hello, we're going to treat this like it's my first time playing. Let's start walking around. Oh, there's a little standing mirror right here. Let's go. Nice. Ready? See some stuff right there. Okay. More stuff right there. Okay, just gotta drop in him and grind him. Go over here then. Okay, it says instructions are on the counter. I guess so we'll go right here. Oop, messed it up. There we go. I guess I'll just wait around for them to boil then. Oh! Yeah, better go check it out. Alrighty. Let's see what's outside.
Thank you, Ian, for giving us a quick look at some of the content that we built out this semester. As Michael previously stated, our original goal for the project was to develop a vertical slice of this RPG. We wanted a product that would take full advantage of the Playdate's unique control scheme, that would read clearly on the device's small display, you're right, and clearly communicate the game's narrative through our mechanics and our visuals. By halves, or rather going into halves, we had completed a lot of the development on our core mechanics, things like the dialogue system, how we were creating and storing the tile maps, the different activities with the crank, the fishing and digging and whatnot, and our props, the little decorations and the characters that you saw around the screen. And going into halves with that momentum really let us hit our stride when it came to building out content in the back half of the semester. The bulk of the content that you saw in our demo, the quests, the tutorialized sections, the entire town environment, was built out roughly in the last 3 weeks of development. So we think that our work building out the systems really carefully in the first half of the semester really paid off. We were able to distribute the work of building out maps and new dialogues and props to the rest of the team. So it's really astonishing to us, and we're really proud of how lived in and real the world feels, comparing it even to halves, but especially comparing it to how it looked at the beginning of the project. So to talk a little bit more about the visuals that bring this world to life, I'm going to pass it to our art team.
We created all of our art asset in the software Sprite. And for the pipeline of making our maps, we start by sketching the layout in Sprite as it's easy to change and modify. Then we create a more detailed version in Sprite and adding additional props if needed. Since characters and interactable props cannot be placed in the software tile, we just display them in Sprite mockup instead. We use the software tile to create maps that can be exported as JSON files to programmers, so artists and narrators can create maps as well. Using the software tile also allows us to place props that the player can walk underneath, for example, the flags. And having 4 different layers also allows us to condense our tile sheets.
For example, we can separate the brick tiles from their borders and make them into different layers so that we can mix and match if needed. Since we're working in 1-bit art style, we have also anticipated the challenge that dense and repeating patterns might flicker unpleasantly when scrolling the screen. And this has been an issue specifically in the town area. To address this problem, we have widened the brick tiles so that the lines are further apart from each other, and we have added patches of grasses to break the pattern to solve the flicker issue. And here are the tile sets that forms the base level of our world.
Sorry, so beyond our tile sheets, we also have a collection of props that we've used to decorate the world. These props are different from tiles in that we can place them off grid, which makes us design more organically and bring our world to life. Props are also interesting in that we can assign them interactions. For example, our props are also our characters. So what do our characters do? They let us talk to them, and when you talk to them, you can get a dialogue portrait. The portraits are separate for each characters, and it's a collection of different expressions that we have also, in script, applied to each sentence that they say, so that you can really feel the conversation come to life. To explain more about our narrative, here's Ian.
So as part of our stated goals, we really wanted a clear story to kind of help enhance our experience. And in order to get that across within scope, we kind of settled on focusing on dialogue and quests and tutorials for that. For that, we wanted to keep things as simple as possible in order to effectively communicate information. And for this, a lot of the tutorials follow a similar structure of being, I need to press this button to perform this action, or I need to use the crank in this way in order to get a task done. Our quests follow this pattern as well, with it being a simple thing of the fox going up to an NPC. The NPC wants an item. The fox accepts. The fox goes out, performs some sort of crank interaction in order to get said item, goes back, hands it in, gets a reward. Very simple. In addition, we also created item descriptions as well as dialogue for if you inspect non-character props, just to help enhance the world and kind of give the fox's viewpoint on stuff. And all of this couldn't be accomplished without our dynamic dialogue system. As we talked about before, one of the things is that it can read portrait files to generate name fields and portrait images, just to show who's talking very clearly and show like what expression they're giving as they are saying dialogue. Our dialogue can also give, take, and check for items, which is essential for our quest system, and it can also have different responses depending on whether you say you have an item but you actually don't, or whether you don't have an item or you do have an item and you hand it in. Other main thing with it is that there are a couple of like fun text effects that you can do with it, such as shaking the screen, or causing the text to wave, really enhancing the personality for it. But of course, writing leads to one of the primary challenges of working with the Playdate, which is the screen size. One of the constant tensions that we found was having our font be large enough to be readable without being so large that it obscured the rest of the screen and obstructed important information from the player. Font size also determined how many characters we could fit in our text boxes, which in turn affected how we structured our sentences, which was very important when deciding how we needed to break up our tutorials to make it easier for the reader and easier to iterate. And yeah, I'm going to be handing it over to the tech team now, who made this all possible.
All right, thank you, Ian, for that. You might remember from our Halves presentation, but I'll go over it briefly. The developing for the Playdate mostly involves using the provided SDK from Panic Interactive, which is a bare-bones core library and then a compiler, but most of the programs for the Playdate are written in Lua. So our process is mostly just we write our scripts to make things like map loading or narrative work. We compile that, and we tested it on our local machines on the simulator, find a build that we think will work, and then, of course, with the device that's unique as the Playdate, we got to try it in our actual hands. So then we'll load it, sideload it onto the Playdate, see if we like how it feels, and then go iterate through that loop a couple of times until we land on a build that we like. On that note, of course, designing for something with a novel control scheme like the Playdate, playtesting is a big concern for us. Just as an example, the crank, when we're designing for that, obviously, as our goal states, we want to use the crank in as many ways as possible, but one of the things that we repeatedly saw in playtesting was that players would get kind of like stuck in choosing an activity in the overworld because we use the crank for both choosing the activity and performing the activity. So while we wanted to use the crank in as many places as possible, in playtesting we found out that the better way to switch between activities was using the D-pad and then have the crank be exclusively for activities where they can shine. And here's a fun little GIF of all 6 of the main separate activities that we landed on in the end for the crank. Our main goal here was that each one of them used the crank in a different way, the actual physical motion of the hand being different to represent the action being taken in the game. Like wood cutting here is a very sharp, quick action. Grinding with a mortar and pestle is continuous and slow, and reeling in a fish is quick at some points, but then slows down based on the tension of the fishing pole. We think we've landed on a pretty good vertical slice for this game. We've demonstrated a lot of different ways to use the crank. I'd like to thank the team for making this all possible. I'm really proud of what we ended up with, and it wouldn't have been possible without them. And I'd like to thank Chris, our advisor, for helping us out so much over the course of this semester. Thank you. We are open for questions.
Seems like discovering the usage of the crank may be as much fun or maybe more fun than actually using the crank. Are you guys, did you design to that at all, or which one do you think is more important?
I mean, it's more important is hard because there's like the first time you do an action, that's like a discovery period for the crank, but each one of our actions is designed to be done multiple times, so we didn't want it to just be that, otherwise obviously the game would become tedious. So I would say probably the second one, the actual motion, was what we focused on more, but keeping the actual movement of the crank simple enough to be able to be discovered without like showing a diagram of someone doing it, that was like one of our things that we were thinking about.
I recall at the beginning of this project, you kind of did some market analysis about use of the crank. I'm kind of curious, has your perspective shifted on the existing library of games and how they use the crank based on your experience now with developing for it and designing for it?
You want to take this?
Wait.
I think it has and it hasn't. Like, I feel like we mostly still think that we're using the crank in more varieties of ways than most other games, but also the space as a whole kind of evolves, like is evolving too. Like the second season of the core Playdate games has been announced, and it just preliminarily, it sort of seems like more people are being more experimental with the crank. So it's kind of like, in general, an evolving space, and I think we've done a lot like experimenting around with it, but I think people in general are also getting more wise to how to actually use this thing.
Is the crank UX expressive in that the player learns how to use it in sort of a skillful way, right? Like, maybe like you crank it a little bit and the gate rises open and like a mouse can get through, but a dog can't get through. Like, are there sort of expressivity built into the crank UX?
One of the first things that we tried to do to sort of like vary that experience to require some amount of skill in those mini games, I think the best example of it is probably the fishing mini game. So yes, this isn't something that is exposed to the player, but every fish has a different sort of what is it, randiness rating?
They all have a bunch of different stats.
Every fish has different stats, which will determine like how often and how hard it will try to pull away from you. So there is an element of like learning what fish live where and like catching one and being able to identify the behavior of it based on how it moves.
And if you just go full force and pull too hard on the fish, it snaps the line, which Ian didn't show because he's too good at it.
All right, one of your slides, the last bullet point was that after halves, you guys were going to work on secrets.
Oh, yeah.
It's no secret that some of us have played your game, some of us a lot. And can you unsecret any of those secrets if they made it to the game?
Talk about your secret. Yeah.
Oh, yes. Well, this demo here was essentially a shortened version of what the full product actually currently is. We condensed a lot of the maps so that
it didn't take Ian 15 minutes to walk through it. But in our map, if anyone has played through our demo during softs, or even during halves, if I recall correctly, you might remember very early on, you pass through this, this one path that's just a straight line that kind of curves a little bit. That path, Ian was there briefly, but you only saw the top of it, kind of just serves as like a straight shot through. The player just walks through. It's very interstitial. But since we sort of first made it, we've kind of wanted to hide offshoots, because what the canopy layer allows us to do in our map creation is, have little hidden areas that you could discover by walking under. And so there is now like a whole secret forest area that you could find if you walked under the canopy in a sort of divot of that path. And if you want to explore that, you should come by our room tomorrow.
I also just wanted to add that along with that, we needed to find a mechanic that would work to let you know where you were under tiles. And so recently, since softs, we've added a leaf effect that plays over your character, over the canopy layer, so that you can see where you're walking.
All right, thank you.
Okay, hi everyone, we are Team Brickbond and we are working on the project Hybrids for this semester. First, I would like to introduce our team. So we have Iris and Amelia as our UI UX designer, and have Ethan and Steven as our programmers, and Olivia and I are the visual development environment concept artists. And behind our team, we have Scott Stevens as our instructor and the ETC K-12 as our client. We also have Play included as our subject matter expert. Before we dive in, I would like to bring up the Brick by Brick program real quick, because it's highly related to our project. In short, this program have created a brand new Lego gameplay that requires multiple players and collaborations, which leads to the goal of the project Hybrids, is to digitalize the Brick by Brick program and make it remote. Also, replicate the original experience of that program with both virtual and physical Legos. Now, I would like to introduce Ethan to show our project in action.
Thank you, Max. So, in this demo, Max will be playing as the adult, which is usually trained facilitator, and Olivia will be playing as a child. First, the two players will set up Zoom and communicate with each other to give each other introductions and set up the game space. And we jump first into the virtual building. Here, we'll see things from Olivia's perspective, who is responsible for having the instruction book, giving instructions to Max, and providing the pieces for him to build with. So here, she selects some pieces and gives them over to Max. And in a moment, we'll switch over to the second build area, where Max is now controlling with a blue selection, and Olivia can give instructions such as by double tapping to pin the location, and now Max can put the pieces together. So this is only one of the two modes, and in a bit we'll see the second mode in action. And after one step is done, she'll go on until the process is done. And if you make a mistake, we also have a system in place for Max to break things apart if you put some things on by mistake, and then now you can correct it again. So because this is from Max's perspective, so they can see each other's faces throughout the whole experience, and we deem this very important. In a moment, we'll switch to the physical build mode, where the roles are reversed. After that, now Max is the engineer with instruction book, and Olivia is building with the physical pieces. So this is just a simple stream, but Max will still have access to ping through double tapping, as you can see here, to give instructions, very similar to pointing, for example. And at the end of the experience, Olivia, the child, will have the opportunity to place the scene down in an augmented reality scene where they can put the pieces they built together in one coherent scene with lots of cute animations and colorful environments around. Now, I'll pass it over to Iris to talk about some of the UX considerations.
Thanks, Ethan. So as you've seen before, we are designing for two types of user groups. So one is the adult trained facilitators, and the other is the child, who are between 9 to 13 years old. And we designed for two devices, so bigger screen for bigger hands and smaller screen for smaller hands. Especially the child needs to build the physical Lego in front of the back camera, as you see on the screen. And our biggest design challenge, as you can imagine, is how to translate the in-person collaborative Lego building experience into virtual settings. And today, we'll be sharing 3 core aspects of our design: gesture control, camera, and the pin features. So first, let's dive into gesture control. We all know that Lego building involves a lot of gestures, such as rotating, attaching, detaching. So how do we translate that into our virtual settings? So first is pick up and move. As you see on the screen, it stays as easy as intuitive as possible. And then rotation, we have a small floating button when you click the brick. Each time you click the button, it will rotate 90 degrees because we found that building Lego always involves 90 degrees rotations. And the next one is attachment. If you've been participating in our earlier playtest, you probably found out how hard it was to attach the brick like precisely where you wanted it. It was one of the most frustrating moments. So we solved this problem by adding a highlight, which shows where the brick will land on once released, and making this interaction more intuitive. And we also have detachment, as you've seen before. We break it down into a queue process. So first, you click on the combined structure. You have a button floating next to the rotation button, and then you click it to enter detach mode. And you simply select the brick you want to detach, and then click confirm, which will separate the brick from the structure. And since it's a collaborative experience and they are both playing guiders and builders, the guider needs to select the brick and pass it to the builder. So we also allowed it in simply one click. So once the guider have selected the brick, they can just click on the pass button, and then the brick will be dropped to the builder, which the builder will see like the brick falling down from above to their building area. And so overall, that's how we translate each of the key interactions to feel as intuitive as possible in the virtual settings. And now I'll hand it over to Amelia, who will walk you through the camera and the pin features.
Okay, so let me introduce the camera view first. So in a remote experience, each player needs to view the virtual world through their own camera. So how can we balance the player freedom and the shared awareness in a remote Lego play? So our solution is to switch view. During the game, the adult needs to build the bricks in a building area, and the child needs to pick the brick for the adult in the supply area. So by switching the view, they can switch the cameras between the separate areas and check what the other is doing. For example, after the child has picked the bricks for the adult, and they can switch the view to the building area and watch the adult build the Lego and start the communication. And during the playtest, we also found that there are some players struggling adjusting the camera angle, so we added a focus button to help them. For example, if we're stuck at a weird edge and we cannot go back, we can just click the refocus button, and it will take us back to the center view in a second. So the last feature I will introduce is the pin. In a collaborative Lego building, it's very important to make sure that everybody's on the same page. So how can we let the players give each other clear guidance through synchronized devices? Our solution is the pin feature. By double-clicking, they can create clear visual markers that show up at the same time on both of their devices. So this will improve the communication, for example, to show the builder where is the next right position to attach the bricks. And there are some other examples of the screens that we have designed, such as the starter guide, instruction book, and onboarding. So we are ensuring that it's a smooth gameplay experience. And right now, I will hand over to Ethan for technical details.
Thank you. The most important and challenging part of the project is probably the virtual Lego building system. Our virtual build system must allow the players to build the same things physical pieces can, and also work in a network multiplayer environment. For the brick, we developed an attachment system that will allow that represents the various connection points on each bricks. When the brick attempts to attach, the attachment points will try to find their matching correspective piece and connect to each other. An additional challenge arises when multiple pieces are connected. The players will need to move them around together, but also need the ability to break them apart however they like. To handle this, we keep track of the connections between each brick in a hidden graph data structure. When the player selects the bricks they want to remove, the other pieces stay connected. Here you can see in this example, 2 pieces are selected, but they maintain their connections to each other while the other pieces are removed. Because it's experienced and networked, we had to do additional effort to ensure that these connections and disconnections stay synchronized to the 2 players so that they both see the things in the same time. However, this is not the only system we have. So next, I'll hand it over to Steven to talk about our other systems.
Thank you, Ethan. And for physical building, we use network streaming in Unity. The adult will see exactly what the child's front camera sees. Before halves, we were thinking about using Zoom, but during playtesting, we found that the ping feature was very important. Thus, we decided to use the network streaming and together with our UI features in Unity. And Zoom is only for the virtual building part. And after finishing both the virtual and physical building, we use augmented reality to bring their works together. With Fourier Engine is a powerful AR SDK that developers can easily add computer vision functionality to it. We put our dolphin model into the engine, and after some training, the phone can easily recognize the real model with precise position, so that all the virtual models and animations can be spawned just next to the dolphin model, and to create the feeling that they are closely connected to each other. And next, Olivia will talk about our art details.
For the arts, we first developed an asset pipeline moving from Studio 2.0 to Blender and then into Unity to accurately import brick models and create underwater-themed assets. To build a rich underwater atmosphere, we designed a large Lego shell, several mid-sized props, and small coral assets to fill the scene. We further enhanced the underwater feeling with visual effects, customized lighting, and rendering. In the final AR scene where players experience the coming together moment, we created a virtual turtle animation and designed interactions. After playtesting with younger children, we noticed that they struggled to reach across the tablet, so we switched to a smartphone for better accessibility, which required optimizing the scene for mobile. We optimized the entire environment by removing Lego logos from the assets, simplifying models to lower polygon counts, and reduced heavy effects to keep the scene running smoothly. Next, I'll hand it back to Max.
Thank you, Olivia. So the semester is about to end, but the project isn't. The Hybrix is an experimental prototype project, and for next step, we are going to hand it over to the ETC K-12 for the continuing development. After this summer, the project Hybrix will rise to another level with more features and creativities. And lastly, I would like to give some special thanks to our instructors, Scott Stevens, and also Anthony and John back there, who also helped us a lot during the whole semester. And now we're open for the questions.
I wanted to ask about the attachment system. Between bricks, I see that you can attach like the protruding circles into. Go back a bit. Yeah, but I also saw like there are joints, like hinges for attachment. Does that also work, and how does it work?
So for the joint, for the axis and the ball socket joints, they are simply also in one direction only. We chose to design it this way because it makes it easier to build, and during building process, there is no like practical reason you will want to adjust the joints. So having it in a fixed position was easiest in the end.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Okay,
So from my experience with different kids using Legos, again, I'm not a Lego expert, so this might not even be a thing. But my nephew is very color and shape oriented. So if something calls for a red brick, he'll spend like 30 minutes looking for a red brick, even though he has the same yellow brick right in front of him. Have you guys noticed that, and how do you help people understand that, hey, don't worry about the color, just think about the shape? Or is color something that you use to guide them as well?
Yes, color is definitely a big consideration for us. During our first, around halves, we noticed that the colors we exported straight from studio, the first initial set of colors does not really match how it shows in rendering. We have taken some effort to recolor all the pieces so that they match the instruction book more. And one of the planned things we want for this project in the future is to switch from flat instruction books to 3D models so that the colors and the shapes can exactly match. And the user will also have the opportunity to rotate and see more details on the 3D model as part of the instruction, so they won't have confusions regarding the color and shape of bricks.
Yeah, also the ping feature also helps a lot to distinguish all those pieces. Yeah.
Did you experiment at all with split screen as opposed to needing to jump back and forth between the two screens? Because some people with motion sickness or that have trouble with orientation, that jumping back and forth might prove a challenge.
Thank you for the question. So the way we designed these two models of play is analogous to how the original experience is in the brick by brick program. So the two players are always in one mode of play, and this will last from 10 to 15 minutes. So the switch between the modes is not very frequent. They will only do this a couple of times during an hour of gameplay. So that is why we did not consider split screen, and also I think performance is a big consideration for that case. So we did not consider this during the design.
You designed some really powerful tools, and I'm just curious if maybe they're too powerful. I'm thinking especially about the pin. And did you do any follow-up checks on the conversation going back and forth? Because I can guess that the guider could just use the pin constantly, so the builder is starved out of any agency and no words need to get spoken. And would this be a good thing or a bad thing for Play Included? Did you do any further analysis of how conversation flows as you added these tools in?
We definitely have done several playtests where the ping features is involved, and we found that, there really is no point to not speaking, because pinging is most analogous in a real-world building to pointing. And when you have two people sitting together, building bricks together, they will not say anything, because saying things still makes it easier. Pinging is simply an action that is supporting the talking and the other communication that has going on. So we found that this was not a hindrance to the experience, and rather it complemented it very well.
Yeah, during our playtest, we found that the ping feature is a enhancement of the communication. It's not it didn't prevent the players from communicating with each other. And also we have also showed this feature to the Play Included team leader, Dr. Gina, after the half break. And we also showed the ping feature to them, and they also experienced the whole experience, and they found that it's quite powerful. So yeah, the ping didn't. So the ping feature didn't prevent the communication. It's more like enhance. It's like improve the communication.
Thanks, team.
Is the audio too low? Yes. There was audio. I heard it for a tiny bit, but. All right, all right, let's see if that plays again.
It'll play.
Okay.
If I start from the beginning, it'll start.
All right, give it a second. All right, we're good. Ooh, sorry. Hello, we're the Physical Presence Pet team, and this is our finals presentation. You've all met us before, so let's skip the introductions and get straight into the juicy details. Our goal here is to make a prototype of an XR companion that leverages the physical aspects of bonding in order to foster a deeper relationship with the users, exploring what kind of designs and interactions work within this new space. There are many forms of companionships available on the market, each facilitating bonds via different means, but few has managed to utilize all aspects of the bonding process with zero compromises. Our project aims to explore the untapped potential between these different intersections of different platforms.
So being at this intersection, touch interactions and adding them to MR pet experiences has always been at the core of our project. We began as an exploration of like what's possible in this space, and as we built things up, we shifted to have a product prototype to demonstrate what a product could look like and to have takeaways for future teams developing in this space. So without further ado, we'll show our prototype. So who is this product for? Our playtests have shown that both adults and younger teenagers enjoy playing with Lucille. It's not just for little kids. And as MR headsets become more affordable and accessible, we plan to target people of all age demographics with this pet. So now we'll talk more about our product design journey.
Let's talk about design. So after the half, we have Lucille ready, and we plan to explore how we can interact with Lucille. We experimented with a mini game where you have to touch different parts of Lucille in the correct order. But in the end, we give up this mini game because we think it didn't fit into our companion experience. Another thing we did after the half is that we present our work to various playtest locations, from GDC to playtest nights. And in those playtests, we didn't provide any explicit instruction to the users, and we hope users can themselves figure out how to interact with Lucille. But it turns out that they don't know how to interact with Lucille. The thing is, the thing you can touch on Lucille, the power you can touch on Lucille is so vast and so many but only a few parts can be really triggered. So when players don't know which part they can be touched, they will get really confusing, and they get no feedback for that. So we decided to calibrate users' mind with our design of Lucille, which we introduced the guided interactions. And in this mode, we reuse our design from the mini game, but this time, Lucille itself will tell you which part that should be touched and how hard it can be touched in order to trigger something. We use this to let users know how they can interact with Lucille in a magical way. And also, the guided interaction is everywhere in our product, not only in this, but also in our art.
And now for the art interaction. So for our plush design, I would like to first thank you, Mike and Charlotte, for holding the playtest section. So during the section, we observe how our audience and our playtester naturally interact with Lucille. And based off those observations, we made several adjustments. So we found out that people prefer to touch the ears rather than the head, and they tend to scratch the belly rather than the back. So due to those observations, we move our sensor around, and actually placing the sensor from, moving the sensor from the back to the belly actually give us a more stable and consistent data to work with.
And in terms of animation, after HAP presentation, as Jerry mentioned, we have this minigame design. So we made supportive animation for this. And also, we have this design that we want to have two animations for each sensor to differentiate different pressure level. So we create two animations for each sensor. And also, we, as Joy just mentioned, we realized from the playtest night that actually belly sensor makes more sense than the back sensor. It's more easier for player to hold our Lucille. So we make belly animation too. And later on, our team did our testing in the GDC and playtest day. And then that's the time we realized some of our players have difficulty recognize some key animation feedback. So to improve this, we remade some animation and we differentiated key poses from each other, and that worked. Also, we realized that our original animation have this wag tail part, but somehow it will let the player feel like it's a sign of rejection. To improve this, we changed the wag tail to only wag on the one side, so to clear this confusion. And also, we realized that some players prefer to pet Lucille's ear instead of its head. So we also create the ear animation for this. And after the soft opening, we received feedback suggesting that the touch interaction can feel more engaging. So we create the Lucille want to be touched on certain part animation to improve our design. And at the end, when we re-import everything back to Apple Vision Pro, we ran into some clipping issue, but good thing is that we have enough time and we solved them. So at the end, Lucille has a total of 38 animation clips. Not all of them ended up being used, but we are happy to say that in the end, we reached the animation set that everyone was pretty satisfied with.
Now, to pair with the new differentiated animations, we also made our sound effects more distinct to show clear positive and negative feedback. So when you touch Lucille's tail too hard, which she doesn't like, and she punches you, oh, it's kind of quiet, but well, yeah, there was a sound. And conversely, when you scratch her belly, which she's happy with, oh, that's the mute button.
Oh, that's the mute button, okay.
Thanks. All right.
Still very quiet.
Still quiet, but she's happier. Trust us.
So we also add a very straightforward icon to help illustrate. And since half, we experiment for, however it failed. Multipass rendering is not supported for pass-through mode on Apple Vision Pro, and we also tried procedurally generated short hair in Blender. However, it will require 2 million vertices to reach a good ones, and that will cause performance issue. So instead, we decided to focus on colorful, interesting skins. And people really love our Lucille without fur. So we made 8 different presets for body, 5 for eyes, and each of them has unique dissolving effect. And let's talk about our tech. A quick recap about our holy grail is overlay, fully overlay. Physical and virtual are one. It seems out of scope at first. People suggest us use machine learning to train model, 60OF tracker, and etc. But they all have some issues. So until solved, they're still separated. And we even come up a story to try to make it convincing. But people still find it really confusing. We did have some overlay during, it's sleeping. How we do that is we tell our guests to use
both hands to hold our Lucille and use our average position as position tracker. And this is the most magic moment. The reason why we cannot do this for later interaction is that we don't know how our guest will use their hand, which will lead to mismatch. But now, remember, we changed to explicit guidance. Now we specifically tell our users to use their right hand to interact, which leaves left hand as a stable anchor for position tracking. And also, given the head set position and Lucille's position, we change rotation to look at you. So now we reach our holy grail.
For the physical of our tactile fabrication, so like we mentioned, we make changes to move the sensor around, and we are placing the sensor on the parts that are extended from body. So for example, here's the ear and the tail. So we did a couple experiments to make sure that we have the wire going through the body well, and also using different materials and fabrication to layer and then have our sensor to be integrated into the body. And this helps us to have when our guest is playing the plush, it will be less noticeable of the sensor, so it creates a more immersive experience.
Since we've already discussed how communication was handled during halves, let's talk about what kind of changes we made to the hardware. Although the system was functional, using run-of-the-mill pressure sensors led to numerous issues. Specifically, when you realize that some users handle Lucille like this, resulting in sensors being shifted and hardware being damaged. Adding fuel to the fire, relying on pre-made sensors limited user interactions with Lucilles on a very small, specific square patch in each region, which led to a number of unregistered inputs and making designing interactions overall very difficult. Our solution was to essentially just follow through with our promise during halves. We decided to go all in and attempt to create our very own variable resistors, inspired by the designs of Olivia Robinson from Ideate. By making our own variable resistors from sandwiching graphite composites between copper sheets, we overcame a number of our earlier issues. The malleability of these materials protected them from being shifted or damaged due to rough handling, while also allowing us to sew them in place. Additionally, since we can cut any kind of 2D shape we want, the positions and surface areas for our user interactions can be tailor-made to suit the shape of Lucille, like that tail. For example, the ear and tail of Lucille, which was very popular points of interaction that does not fit the shape of any traditional sensors. Lastly, for the finishing touches, we've replaced the rigid PVC wires with flexible silicone ones, 3D printed the plastic shell that protects the core, and added padding to the walls of the internals. Now, Lucille is more than ready to handle the brutalities of a children's touch.
And for our final delivery, ta-da! Here's our package design. And inside we have this little adoption certificate that our player will sign their name on. Oh.
And what takeaways do we have for future teams developing tactile XR pets? So first, caregivers, our users, need to be taught how to interact because the inputs are unfamiliar and we can't just support anything they imagine with the plush. Second, the overlay of virtual onto the physical is crucial for a convincing and magical experience. Third, with new technology like the Apple Vision Pro, it's crucial to run our app frequently from end to end because many things that worked in Unity's play-to-device mode did not work when we deployed via Xcode. And finally, with fictional creatures like Lucille, it's important to consider the character design because the fishtail led to misinterpretations from some users. Now we'll talk about some future directions.
So we originally did have plans to add paw interactions to Lucille. However, forcing Lucille's hand to be in a fixed position created a kind of a disconnect with the actual virtual animation. And since sewing the arms shut close to the body gave very little affordances to interactions anyways, there was not much point in adding to this interaction.
Since eye tracking is a major feature of the Apple Vision Pro, one idea for a future feature is to use it to detect the user's emotions. This would lead to therapy pet applications where if you're sad, Lucille can do things to cheer you up, or if you're anxious, Lucille can help calm your anxiety through the therapeutic nature of physical touch. And then finally, since we're only a vertical slice, a full experience would involve caretaking for Lucille with feeding, cleaning, and other interactions that help you progress as you log back in.
Lastly, one last massive thank you to our project consultants, Olivia Robinson, who inspired some of our soft tech solutions, Jesse Schell, who provided his insight on experimental XR interactions, and Dave Perda, who advised us for all the tools we use within the Fab Room.
Oh, actually, we have one more thing to share with everybody. Wait. The video is not playing, but we're presenting iLucio to everybody. So Lucio is about your experience, but iLucio is about sharing your experience with everybody else on iPhone. So with iLucio, now you can show your animated Lucio to your friends on iPhone without Apple Vision Pro. You can also take a selfie with Lucio by holding it in your hand, and that will and then you can share it on social media or something. So we really want to use this cross-platform strategy to maximize the use of our art asset and also extend the experience of Lucio to the next level. And that's the true ending of our presentation. Thank you all for listening.
We had a video.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. If you would mind, let's see if we can play that promo video of iLucio too. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Apple Vision Pro's ice prescription is always an issue. Using image tracking to really track your Lucio on the virtual Lucio on your physical Lucio, and then you can take a selfie with your friend. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Thank you.
Hey, so you showed a lot of different Lucille interactions, but they're all the positive interactions. Like Lucille tells you what she wants, or it wants, I don't know. It seems like this would be a really great tool to maybe teach consent. Could you have Lucille, did you try working with Lucille saying, I don't like this, and then responding badly if the player did that? I mean, I know that could be that can get you caught up in a loop of people intentionally doing the wrong thing, but I would be interested to hear whether you tried that at all.
Yeah, actually, for the animation, we have want to touch Lucille's head, want to touch Lucille's ear and belly part, but we don't want to touch Lucille's tail part. If you touch Lucille's tail, it will punch you. If you touch it really hard, yeah, if you just touch it slightly, it's more of ready to punch you, but not yet. Yeah, and if you really squeeze it very hard, it'll punch. And we also have a deny animation, actually, but we're not having enough time.
We actually did originally have a design where the tail essentially can have 2 different pressure sensors, or 3 even. But we realized that originally we had it if you push it too hard, you squeeze it too hard, that's not very pleasant, just very uncomfortable for them. So we were meant to if you squeeze too hard, we play an animation where it shows that there's a feedback where Lucille did not like it. However, we realize, as with all the pressure, everyone has a different scent. When touch softly and squeeze hard, it turns out everyone's very different, and it's very difficult to calibrate that without something. Well, anyways, it's just very difficult to calibrate exactly what is defined as a soft touch or a hard squeeze between different users. So that made kind of just removed that.
So I just have 2 really quick questions. The first is, what makes this experience unique to the Apple Vision Pro? Why couldn't I do this on a Quest 3 or whatnot? And then the second question I wanted to ask was, did you consider adding more mechanical components to the Lucille Plus? Maybe a motor in the ear to make it twitch, or a speaker or something to make it vibrate or purr?
Okay, actually, Apple Vision, I would say the biggest advantage of using Apple Vision Pro is it has better graphics. That's so simple. It's just having better graphics. It shows Lucille better comparing with Quest 3. And I know there's some cool features like image tracking or object tracking. We already want to use them for overlaying the virtual Lucille on top of this. due to technical limitation, we didn't use that. So I would say maybe we can explore some use of Apple Vision Pro later, but at the same time, if we're not using too much feature from Apple Vision Pro, it means that our product can be ported to other platforms like Meta Quest 3. That can be an advantage of us. And as for the mechanical part?
Oh, very quickly add, when saying like the graphics better is very simple, but truly it is. Like if you ever wear an Apple Vision Pro headset and look at the pass-through, it is night and day compared to the Quest 3. When you ask the difference between how the Quest 3 is priced at around $4,000 and the $3,500, the pass-through is a massive difference. It really it makes or breaks the immersive experience of having a virtual object come to real life versus having it using the Quest 3's cameras. The difference is night and day. And on the hardware side, could you repeat the question? My brain is short-circuited.
No, fine. So I know like a lot of like, I'm thinking of like your Tickle Me Elmos, your Build-A-Bears, where you can like squeeze something and have like a speaker or like a servo or something to cause like a part of it to move, or like maybe like a motor or like a speaker in it to cause it to like vibrate and purr. Did you consider including that within your design process, or do you think it's like something that it could be like easily added to the physical plush?
I believe so, yes. In fact, we did consider it, but we decided to pour a lot of our effort to making our own variable resistors to fit the different shapes, because the patches were just horrible. There's no other way to put it. The patches were like somewhat comparable to the final experience we want for like the input interactions. I might have had time to like do a bit more research towards adding the motors and like perhaps like sound vibrations. Those modules are very easily attached. It's an ESP microcontroller, so I can imagine that being a very easy feature to implement, but time limitation, unfortunately.
There is one more point I want to add to the first question, is why Apple Vision Pro. Our project is also like experimental, exploratory, and Apple Vision Pro is really underdeveloped area, and it's really new technology. So like taking time to figure out what is possible, what is not, like what's good, what's not, is also like really beneficial for us.
Oh.